Yeah,
East
but,
Coast.
Andrew was in Nova Scotia.
Residents
got out
12 hours.
Yeah, well, that's good. All right, well, it seems like we're a minute late, and I think Tyler is joining us virtually, but welcome, and I'd like to call to order the South Burlington City Council
This
meeting.
conference will now be recorded.
It's okay, of Monday, September 18th. I'm jumping a couple, even though it felt a little cool today. It's not like December. September 18th, 2023, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Andrew, do you want to start, please?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Go item 2, instructions on exiting the building for those of you in the building.
Thank you. So for those in the building, you can go out either side of the rear of the auditorium on the left and right, and then turn left and right and get outside in the case of emergency. For those participating online, thank you for joining us. If you would like to make comment, you can either turn your camera on and the chair will call on you, or indicate that you would like to speak in the chat and I will call on you. Other than that, we are not monitoring the chat for content.
Thank you. Agenda item 3 is the agenda review. Are there any additions, deletions, or changes in order of agenda? Andrew.
I'm wondering, Helen, if we could just spend a few minutes talking about the survey that the Committee on Common Area for Dogs sent around. I did get a couple of emails from folks talking about it. I have a question about process and one about substance as well.
We can. I was going to provide a little information in my remarks because I went to that meeting, but we may have someone who wants to speak from the public. But yes, we certainly can. And we can do it all, say what I have to say, and if it's not enough, we can add to other business the survey. Any other amendments or changes? Additions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to item 4, comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. So Barb Service, who missed her opportunity 2 weeks ago, but we're glad you're here. Oh, no, is the red light really bright? Touch the green, or the green rather,
there
where
we
it
go.
says push.
How's that?
Yeah.
Okay. You know who I am. I'm Barb Service. I live in Summer Woods off Patchen Road. And unfortunately, life did have other plans for me on September 5th. 65 Girl Scouts requested my presence, and that's where I was. Fortunately, thanks to Town Meeting TV, I was able to watch the recording. And Tim, I tell you, I laughed out loud. And Helen, you all sort of looked for me on the screen, and I certainly appreciate that because it was an issue that I have raised for more years than we want to count in terms of the whole issue about water usage, how we measure it, how we bill it, etc. For me, the usage for the first quarter is usually 0. But I must confess that as I listened to the consultant, I was frustrated and a bit annoyed. Fortunately, I should have been more patient, but fortunately, as the presentation went on, then I listened and I learned more, and your discussion was lively and informed, and I am here to say thank you for that and for the issues and questions that you raised. For starters, let me say that I believe I should pay my fair share. I understand the concept of infrastructure and how we bill everybody for that, whether we're here all the time or not. I don't object to paying taxes because I personally believe that you all do a good job and that continues to happen, and I get fair services from my city. So I'm not arguing about that at all. I'm blessed to be able to pay. However, there are many retirees who struggle and live on a fixed income, and no one objects to paying the cost for service, the fixed rate. It's the rest that really starts to bother people. To say I was aghast at the lack of understanding by the consultant of those in the minimum usage group is an understatement. Not only do we exercise, those of us in that group, exercise great caution about our usage, we now will have the greatest increase in the bill at a 17.3% increase versus 11.8% for the average user group. That doesn't make sense to me at all. I have to ask why. Where's the incentive for people to use less water? The 1,000-gallon baseline was based on establishing he needed to create it somewhere. And I'm like, okay, could we have a little data? Could we have a little more logic applied to that? It wasn't equitable. Those who use more should pay more. And I appreciate the fact that you had good conversation about that particular issue. In all honesty, I looked at the data presented and did not see myself. I spend less than he suggested in literally every category that was up there. So he said $75 a month for internet. I pay $25. He said $50 for electric. I pay $38. He said $100 for cable. I pay $65. I'm trying to do my part, and yet it sounded like I was going to be penalized. The council asked really good questions. For example, why not 500 gallons at the minimum? And then average from there? Why not an equal percentage increase for average users as well as the minimal group? And then there was the whole issue about sewer, et cetera. I don't need to go into all of that. I need to come here and say thank you. But to reinforce my concerns and support your questions, let me provide some perspectives from households other than those with 2 adults and 2 or more children or grandchildren living there. When I started bringing my water bill to the city council about probably 8 years ago, I represented a group of single retired women living on fixed incomes. Yes, we fortunately in that group had enough money to pay our bills, but we also believe the world should work with equity and fairness. Why should we be subsidizing our neighbors in those larger households? And what's the incentive for us to do our part in terms of conserving water? So I'm single, I'm retired, I cook only enough to sustain myself. My doctor tells me to be careful about how much water and how much shower time I spend because it affects my old dry skin. My environmental commitment reminds me to use less water, use less electric, and walk instead of drive when I can. At the same time, you all know that I do travel when I can. However, I'm really here to speak for a number of people in my neighborhood, those who are living on Social Security. Vermont is not our second home. It is our primary residence where we pay taxes, where we vote, and we care very much about the city. So all of that is to say thank you for considering the 500-gallon minimum category, for the thoughtful discussion you had about that and that you're going to continue to have, and whether I can be here or not, I have great faith that you will do that. Whether I can be here in person or not, you know that I will be cheering for you. And for the fact that you're looking at trying to make equitable increases across all of the categories. You are indeed supporting the principles of fairness and equity, and we are all grateful. Thank you.
I would note, I think they are going to come back with answers that address our questions in October. Right now, it's scheduled for October 2nd, but it might be the second meeting in October. So I think you'll still be here.
I'll hope that it's October 2nd. I may be a little tired. I'm going to do the marathon the day before
that's
that.
for
But
sure.
I will either be here or up there
Okay.
whenever
Well,
that
it's fine.
happens. So,
You
but
can be
thank you seriously, and for letting me know so that I really do pay attention.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, either online or in the audience? Okay, so we'll move on to counselors' announcements and reports on committee assignments, followed by the city manager's report. So, Andrew, do you want to start?
Well, I've been gone for 2 weeks.
You've been having a
So,
good time, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to skip this week.
Okay, your travel log, okay.
Thank you. My wife and I attended the Art Hop down on Pine Street in Burlington right after the rain. I called it Burling Man right? And took pictures of the mud puddles, of these fresh
would.
construction for the sidewalk on the west side of Pine Street, saying it was a quagmire, nobody could get in or out. We were fighting for food. But again, really nice time, lots of great art and some installations, and it's always fun to go to that. I also attended the Economic Development Committee meeting, and Frank Chaffee attended from the Greater Burlington Industrial Corporation. We had a nice long discussion with him, or they did, and I asked questions too, and it was over an hour, and he gave a thorough background of GBIC and about the industrial parks that it facilitated opening across different parts of Vermont, and the states of those industrial parks, and just sort of like the econ-verse that Vermont has right now, to coin a phrase, and what we need to do to keep it going. It was a really, really good discussion, and I enjoyed it a lot. I also went to the SBBA Mixer on Thursday night. What a beautiful night to have some hors d'oeuvres and beverages with people from the business community, and hear a short video from Beta, from Kyle.
Yeah, that was cool.
And what the views were just incredible from that deck of across the airport, and it was really nice to be there. I had discussions with some people and heard about some problems. And then I barely made the swearing in of the deputy chief of police today. I actually walked in just after it was over, but so I apologize. I was a little bit late, but at least I was able to get there and congratulate him. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Nice.
Okay. Megan?
Well, I also was downtown over not this last weekend, but the weekend prior for the Pride Parade, and I did, with my husband, march with the FHTMS group, and we caught up with Jennifer Murray, who we were intending to walk with, but couldn't find. There are a lot of people at that parade. It was really big. Also went to the Art Hop and really remarked the beautiful office space down in downtown Burlington. And I wanted to ask Jesse about the Innovation Center that Burlington will again be, I guess, the home city for. There are only 20 in the country, from what I understand, and it is something funded through a federal grant. The UVM, University of Vermont, was very key on getting this grant, but again, this is through secondhand information. Apparently, it was stated at a business event there that South Burlington was also participating in this innovation center. So getting to the econverse of Vermont, could you tell us a little bit about that innovation center and what our role or kind of our footprint might be in that center? Because it looks pretty exciting.
Sure. Alana Blanchard and I had one meeting with the vice president at UVM about that. So it was a couple of months ago, so I would need more time to put together some
Sure.
details. We provided a letter of support for that innovation center. They are, per our conversation with them, still looking at where they would locate it, but certainly looking to support industry that's already here in supply chain ways and through technology and research-based ways. So biotech or green energy are their two focus areas. So even if it's not located in South Burlington, our South Burlington businesses at the airport, at Tilly Drive, at Meadowland, and at Tilly, or at Tech Park would certainly benefit.
Okay. I
That's
thought
our
it was
level
at
of
the,
investment
in
today.
the old General Dynamics building, and that there are actually already offices open there.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll give you time to look into it, and I'd love to have, what role could we play? And I'm happy to think about that too, because I've been thinking about it for my students. And a lot of them do end up living in South Burlington, so I'd be very happy to think about that with you. Had a lot of conversations with residents about the short-term rental and the rental registry ordinance, also about the water and sewer rates. And I wanted just to share, to go along with what Barb said, had a wonderful exchange with a few members of the Affordable Housing Committee on this topic. And Chris Trombley, the chair of that committee, sent some information from Denver where they have kind of a minimum rate And then if you use less than a certain quantity of water per month or per day, you don't have to go and pay any usage fees. It's just kind of so I thought that would be of interest. And the amount that was cited as the livable rate was 50 liters per day, so not even gallons, we're talking liters per day, or 1,500 liters per month. And so I will definitely add that to the list, and I can follow up with an email, Jesse, so that Tom DiPietro and Wayne can take a look at that. Also went to the SBBA event, which is, I think, always, just like every event that takes me out of my professional circle, is always really enriching and rewarding, and to talk with business leaders here in our city. And then joined Helen as well as Paul Connor at the Chamberlain School meeting with Nick Longo and his team to talk about what I consider to be a pretty exciting idea. And I gathered from the residents of that neighborhood, they agreed that it was an exciting idea to have enhancements in that neighborhood. We have a requirement in our land development regulations whereby when you develop, the developer must set aside, and it's in relation to the cost of the development, some open space enhancement for that neighborhood. And so their plan to develop a hotel there would lead to the opportunity for some open space enhancement in the Chamberlain neighborhood. So they are going to be working with the city and, of course, going through the DRB and permitting process to put in a bike path, as well as some community gardens, and I hope it's plural, gardens, after the meeting. And it's always interesting. Meetings are intimidating for some people. They don't want to speak up on the microphone or in front of a camera. I did get feedback, and again, I'll put this in an email, just haven't had time yet, where the gardens on Kirby would be really hard for the people near Delaware and Maryland and Elizabeth Street to reach. And there was also feedback from the chair of the Natural Resources and Conservation Committee as we drove down Kirby Road, that there are a lot of trees in the area that was designated for the community garden, and that we certainly don't want any trees to come down so that that garden could be successful. So finding a space without trees and without that shade that's truly exposed to the sunshine would be the optimal place. And so we could certainly think about what other areas would be good for our residents. I also wanted to share with the public, and this might be something that our airport commissioner would share too, and I again intend to share this with the wider public through Front Porch Forum. I'm specifically talking about my neighborhood, because the homes that are within the 65 DNL, that's the average day-night,
Decimal.
decimal,
Yeah.
is that what you call it? Okay, where it's 65, that those homes are eligible to be tested for this sound or noise, depends on your perspective, insulation. And so there is, I think, some lingering concern that the airport, by being contracted to do that work in people's homes, would therefore be removing any homeowner's right, legal right to file a complaint regarding noise. And Nick Longo very clearly, twice in that meeting, made it clear that any kind of noise abatement that homeowners contract to have done in their homes, that would lead to what is called an aviation easement. So no aviation easement. So homeowners would retain full rights if they wished to pursue any kind of legal concern with the airport, the FAA, or any federal or
This is the
municipal
avigation?
body.
The
This is
avigation?
the avigation.
Yeah, and I think he included, because one of the other options is for the homes to be sold to the airport, and the airport would install the noise or sound mitigation efforts, and even those homes would not have that
Navigation easement.
navigation easement on their property.
Yeah.
And this was back when we were negotiating all these things. Originally, we were told that, the FAA will require those. And the city said, then we don't want the program. And so they found a way to utilize the money for the different programs and not impose that on the homeowners.
Yeah. And just for any Chamberlain folks or Winooski folks who happen to be watching this, because both cities, potentially Williston, I'm not sure, will have homes that are eligible, it does require added insulation in the walls, which they are blowing into the walls. And if that is not possible, the walls will be expanded on the inside of the homes, which does mean removing baseboards or any baseboard heating elements that then would be put back on. And that was also just explained to be, that's just natural protocol and to ensure that these homes, which would then be tested after these treatments, that they pass the standard that the FAA set in place. And also that in addition to noise or sound mitigation, it would reduce your loss of heat and cooling. So it is also an energy saver, which I think is an excellent added bonus in our goal for reducing our emissions here in the city. So I just wanted to say that for the public, and feel free to add on because Helen,
did, but
yeah. So thank you. That's all, Helen. Thank you.
Okay. Tyler, do you have anything to report or share? We can't. There.
Sorry, I'm used to. There, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, sorry, I'm used to the Zoom interface, so it takes me a minute to find everything here. I don't have a whole lot to report. While I haven't been on vacation, I've been deep in the throes of getting 3 kids back to school and trying to juggle and transition to their myriad of fall activities. But I have I have not received a lot of community input or feedback on the issues that we discussed at the last meeting, namely rental registry, nor the water rates. However, I did receive feedback on other unrelated issues, specifically on whether or not the city would be interested in pursuing open space. Whether or not the city would be interested in pursuing using open space funds for specific parcels of land. And I don't want to get into the specifics of the conversations, but one thing that I think struck me from those conversations was, it was the fact that we don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have a firm policy in place regarding the specific conditions that an entity would have to satisfy in order to be eligible for some level of support from the city. And it feels like that might be something that we want to address. My concern is that we could, while it feels like in certain circumstances where there might be an entity who would make an appeal to the city that we use open space funds because to support their venture, because in doing so that would also support the aims of what the open space fund is there to do. And I think that's great. Please forgive the pun, but it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It makes me apprehensive that we don't have a consistent policy in place for how we would measure or apply that. And I would hate to envision I get a little uncomfortable when I start thinking about long-term, could we ever be in a scenario where we could have exposure as a city if we didn't, if an entity tried to do something like that, but again, we didn't have a firm policy in place saying indicating why we would or would not accept it. Would that be exposure for us directly or indirectly to future counselors? So that's something that I look forward to further discussions on and to reflecting on everyone with as a group.
Okay. I would just note, and I don't know how often it's used, but I do remember when we had the initial interim zoning, and we tasked one of the committees, I think it was Parks and Recreation, or maybe Natural Resources, and they came up with a kind of a checklist of characteristics of a property that might be eligible for the open space dollars. And they spent quite a bit of time. The council at the time approved that, but I have to say, I don't know exactly where that is, or if it's has been used recently, but it was a very thoughtful list that I think would address some of those concerns, Tyler, that it isn't just who you know or whatever, but there's a whole list of criteria that would make a piece of property correctly eligible for consideration, not a guarantee, but consideration for open space funds. So that might be a place to start.
So, can I jump?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that
Oh,
list.
is that
so
right?
If there are members of the public who can give me some other ideas of where to search for it, I would be happy
Yeah,
to
it
search
was like
for
a
it.
matrix. Do you remember
And
that?
is it not the Open Space IZ committee that formed a matrix?
If somebody comes to the mic,
Can you come to
please
the mic if you worked, I can't remember who worked on it.
We did, the committee did, the natural resources.
Natural Resources, that's what I thought.
Do you have an idea of a year?
Memory.
So Betty is, for those online, Betty is saying
Not
it's the
really.
Natural Resources
Yes, you
Committee
do.
who worked on that.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, the Natural Resources Committee worked on it. Peter Jones, I think, was our chair back then.
It was a long
So you
time
can go back to that year. It was after 2008. It was probably 5 years after that or so. Somewhere, Peter was the chair. But yeah, we created the matrix or whatever you want to call it, so that when the city was approached by somebody who wanted to sell land to the city, or the city decided something was coming up and they wanted to, there's criteria so that you can say, here's what's in this land, here's whether it's acreage of forest or whatever, and then look at what the city's looking for, what the city wants to see, whether or not it matches up, because cities kind of in the past purchased properties just because they were there. It wasn't really to fit into a really purposeful process.
I think
when
we
you did
applied it to the Nolan Farm.
Yes.
That was the first time we used it.
We did it there, and then we did it on what was the, not Hewitt, what's the one there on the corner that just got purchased or something? The
Hubbard,
one's out on a Cheese Factory Road too.
out there.
The Eau Claire?
Yeah, kind of. It was on the southwest.
I can find it.
Yeah, well, we can find it.
Anyway,
I
you
definitely
can
know we
find-
used it for Nolan
If
Farm.
I have it in my files, I'll send it.
Well, yeah, what's now the Hubbard, yeah.
Oh, you've
yeah.
got it.
Ewing property
Ewing.
Oh, the
that's-
Ewing property, that's right, that
and Eau
landlocked.
Claire also.
Yeah.
So we were, Natural Resources was involved
Yeah.
with, in consultation with the city, if those were properties that we should look into.
Yeah.
So to-
We walked and crawled and saw the big trees and everything. We know the Ewing property pretty well. Anyway,
Okay.
that's.
Well, we should find that, and that might
Find it.
address some concerns or be a starting point. Maybe we need to do more or adapt it, but that might be helpful for people to see.
Planning and zoning is where they're the ones that staffed our committee back then. So
Right.
Paul would know. I'm
You probably would.
I think the IZ report would also be helpful because I think it applied those factors to many of the city parcels and then prioritized them.
Oh, okay. So it was
I mean,
used.
Megan would know. Megan would.
For the
I think
open
the thing
space
that,
committee
that I-
had a
that-
chart too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe it was this
The
chart. But
thing
anyway,
that I was the thing that I was most I'd like to hone in on, and I'll certainly start with IZ and with this report, and I'll check with Paul, is there also criteria or a lens through which we're looking at it for if there's a benefit to an entity that is whether it's a private party or a nonprofit, if there is a benefit, either direct or indirect, to a third party, how is that evaluated, and how is that factored into it as part of the process? Because I think that's my biggest concern. It's not to look at the semantics of what identifies a parcel of land as being as meeting our criteria. It's what role does or should the beneficiaries of that play in the selection criteria? Because I just want to make sure that there's a policy behind it, and that it's fair, and that it's equitable, and that it's consistently applied.
Besides just whomever is selling the property. I mean, that's pretty straightforward.
Correct.
They benefit because they get money. But you're talking about if it's a third party, some other group that will be using it for the benefit of the public, that's a different kind of lens or criteria. Okay. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay. Is that it for you? Okay. I've had a really wicked busy week. So, the last 2 weeks. So, I did attend probably the final meeting that I'll attend, but the purchase of 575 Dorset Street with the school administration and the city administration to continue that dialogue. I think I would report, and Jesse will probably will have the real information. But it seems like that's moving forward, and there's some good collaboration and understanding about what are some of the challenges, and the city is looking to find some solutions or options that we can then move forward on. But it seems to be going in a good direction. I did attend the Committee on Common Area for Dogs. We actually met at Wheeler Park, the dog park, which was kind of fun to see all the different animals and looking at where we might best put benches and additional augmentation for that park. I will tell you that I certainly was aware of the survey, and we talked about that, and it was work done. I missed a couple meetings, but the committee worked very hard on coming up with a survey whose purpose was to try to understand or better understand what were the needs and thinking of the people who do not leash their dogs. It wasn't meant to be a fait accompli, and we're looking to have lots of places where you don't need a leash. But I think the council has discussed in the past, how do you monitor or ensure that everyone uses a leash? Who's going to make sure that happens? It's one of those ordinances that not everyone follows. So the survey was intended to try to understand, so there's a whole group of people who live in this city who have dogs, who have the same interest and need to have a place where they can enjoy the city and their animals and their pets in a way that is works for all. So it's really questions around that to kind of tease out, what are we looking at? What does the city need? And then think about, are there any ways we can come up with solutions to meet a multitude of dog owner interests? So that was the purpose of the survey. And it really, I think we've probably gotten, interestingly enough, more feedback on that, or participants in the survey, than any other survey I'm aware of in the last, well, I've been on the council 10 years.
How many?
I'll look it up right now.
Okay.
It's over 375, I think, but more are coming in. So it clearly, while some people I know thought it was biased, I think probably every survey that we've ever put out there as a city has some bias to it. It's hard to make them perfect. You can always wish for a few more questions to give you the full picture, but then they get too long and we, you eliminate those. But anyway,
We're at 407 survey responses.
407. So I think, well, it's getting people responding, and I think that was the whole purpose. I also left the dog committee and came to the planning commission and listened to them. So, every time I sit in on those planning commission meetings, I am impressed with the caliber of people that we've appointed to the planning commission. It's really a very solid working group, and they are really grappling with a lot of issues. So I'm impressed with their work. I went to the South Burlington Business Association mixer, and I followed up with the airport community meeting, and I thought that I've been to a number of meetings between that neighborhood and the airport, and this was probably one of the, more even-keeled and well-managed meeting. Sometimes it can get pretty tense, but it was good, and Nick did a wonderful job. And while there was a lot of talk about the F-35s, the point was really more about this, what to do with that park-like property. And I think it's just the first of many opportunities to weigh in.
And rightly so. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought Nick, allowed people to express their ongoing concerns about how that noise is impacting them.
Oh, absolutely. It's
Yeah, he
part
did a
of
very good
the
job.
conversation.
He didn't cut it off at all. Yeah.
I also attended the town meeting TV meeting, and we went over our budget, and they're getting some money. They were successful with the legislature of getting money to support all of the town meeting kinds of entities. Ours will be getting, I think it's $45,000, which helps because our constant funding, other than communities and Burlington Telecom, is related to the cable, the number of cable licenses or receipts, and that's going down. So their support is going down. So we're really, the search is on, I guess, for some more stable funding to something that I think serves democracy and open government and transparency very well. And lastly, this morning, I went to a really fun open house, CHT's open house for the Ho Hum Motel this is Ho Hum 2, I guess, on Williston Road. And this was one of the recipients of about $300,000 of our ARPA money to build that. There are 20 units, so in essence, we supported $15,000 per unit. Each unit cost about $175,000 to build, which is about half the price of building new. So they just took the hotel and refurbished it, and I think that aligns really well with a lot of the conversations we've had as a community to, really reuse the existing developed properties and turn them into something that we need now that maybe we didn't in the past. So it was an exciting moment in time, I think, and I'm very, that the apartments are really quite lovely. And I think there's a couple that are more than one bedroom, so it's conceivable that there will be children who will walk to Chamberlain or take the bus. And I think, you know, its situation, as we all know, it really is right where it needs to be on all the transport lines, and there's just everything is within walking distance. So it's really wonderful to see the money that we committed as a city get built, and people will be moving in the next couple weeks. So they were most grateful to the work and the leadership of South Burlington. So it's always fun to be appreciated, go somewhere and have them say thank you.
I wish it could have gone. Just to piggyback, reusing materials and making changes to our kind of industrial infrastructure to ensure that materials are more locally sourced than outsourced and shipped in from other countries would save 63% in emissions globally. 63%. So reusing those buildings is a big part of that. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay, finally, some real news. No.
So thank you. A couple of updates for you tonight. On Friday, we had our annual Vermont Economic Progress Council monitoring visit for our TIF district. So we were happy to welcome members of their VEPSI board to the city to see City Center and see the institutional investment in our growing downtown. I think it went fairly well. Also on Friday, we had a dozen staff from our police department and fire department participate in the Special Olympics torch run. So this happens all over the state where law enforcement and public safety officers run with the Special Olympians the torch to the fields, which was really special. And we'll be putting out some pictures about that. And of course, Officer Bree, who is, I think, the most popular city employee, does wonderful, wonderful work with our kiddos, spearheads that every year. Wanted to continue to provide you an update on Wheeler. We are, Colin is in the process of finalizing those agreements. We have ordered, the consultant has ordered the stakes to stake the properties. We will be putting something out in city news about that because it will be disruptive in some folks' yards. So we want to make sure that everyone is aware of what those are when they go into the ground. Also wanted to, following up on a recent public comment about South Village. Paul and I did meet with the developer of that parcel to talk about how we start the community conversation about re-envisioning what that public space that is required under the permit looks like at South Village. So we will be engaging with the HOA and moving forward with planning for that. The developer is very bought into reimagining what that could be. Also want to let you know that we received this zoning permit application for Lot N, which is the city center lot across from City Hall, kitty corner across from City Hall. That consists of 3 new buildings. Interestingly,
along Market Street, not Market Street.
So it mirrors what's going on this side. So 2 buildings on wrapping the corners.
The Catamount Run.
Opposite the Catamount Run.
Opposite Catamount Run.
Is it part of it though? Isn't it another building that Catamount Run is part of?
Yep. So they're all UVM invested buildings. Yeah. UVM is an investor in all of them. So the 2 will be mirroring what's going on this side of Market Street, on the other side of Market Street, buildings wrapping the corner, and then a 3rd building going down towards Trader Joe's and Healthy Living. On Garden Street, yes. So it's 187 homes and 27,000 square feet of commercial space. One of the interesting notes about how it's kind of transitioned over the last submittal period is that they actually have decreased the number of units in the project, but increased the number of bedrooms. So they're building bigger apartments to better meet our community's needs. So that's really exciting. Good. I think the chair appropriately covered the Brayburns, the CHT event today. Thank you for coming. That is very exciting. And of course, a big one of the big projects that we are doing to help our unhoused neighbors in South Burlington. One other note on that, they will have resident services on site to connect our neighbors with services, which I think is a great asset to that building.
When is move-in for that?
It's in a couple weeks.
Starting this month.
I mean,
they're ready to go.
They're ready to go. Yeah. They're all done.
Previewing an upcoming agenda item, we put out a call for people to serve on boards and committees. You have 2 on your list tonight. We we still don't have applications to bring to you for Town Meeting TV and the Development Review Board. So if folks are interested in serving in either of those or know people who are, please continue to send those in. And then the only other thing I would add to the chair's comments about Dorset Street, 575 Dorset, I think those conversations are going incredibly well. I really appreciate the partnership with the school. I will say there are going to be some unbudgeted expenses associated with that project. We are starting to track those, and at future meetings, we will bring that tracking to you. That's all. Great. Thanks.
Okay.
May I ask one question? Okay, thank you. The progress of the signalization on Dorset Street, but I see things are changing, but I mean, is it on
When's
track
the
at this
end
point?
date or completion date? Do we know?
I see Tom DePietro on the phone or on GoToMeeting.
It's
So
not
I'm
that
going to
important.
give him a quick second to see. Hello, Tom.
There he is.
Hey everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, the question was about the Dorset Street Signals project and status update.
Yeah, it is progressing well. We've found some underground conditions we didn't expect. Some material delivery times were a little longer. I guess we anticipated those to be long, but they were long. So the contractor has a completion date in March, but I expect it'll be done before then. I do know the mast poles and mast arms got delivered to their yard 2 weeks ago. So they're starting to put everything together on the poles, and there'll be an upcoming kind of overnight work where you'll see those on Williston and Dorset, and then at Kennedy and Dorset. So you'll see things above ground happening very soon.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, if there's nothing further, I'll move on to item 6, the consent agenda. There are 9 items. Disbursements, minutes from July 17, August 7th, August 21st, and September 5th.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, all 9 of them? So I don't have to read through them?
Oh,
all?
I'm sorry. I was jumping the gun.
No, there's
Keep
the
going, keep going.
FY23 June and year-end financials and approval of allocating $21,000 to the Healthcare Reserve Fund, and receipt of the FY24 August financials. Approve a traffic impact fee credit request for Snyder Braverman. Designates Stitzel, Page, and Fletcher PC as the city's attorneys for tax sale collection. Approve entering into an engineering contract of God knows how many pages to Hoyle, Tanner, and Associates for the upgrade of the Bartlett Bay wastewater treatment facility. And that contract had about 15 pages of stuff that was all lined out, just to let us know that it wasn't part of the contract.
That is your city attorney hard at work. Those are standard engineering agreements
Okay.
that Colin spent a lot of time going through with Tom.
Okay, delete. Approve a pole attachment lease agreement with Green Mountain Power and ERUV Committee of Burlington in a substantially similar manner from which we have done that before, I think in City Center. And approve a request to establish a new line of credit with SB Collins for fire apparatus fueling. So Counselor Emery made a motion to approve those 9 items.
I will second it, but I want to have some discussion.
Okay,
Would you like to have the discussion now?
sure.
Okay.
You have a question?
So the first question is, I know we just had an August 15th property tax date. Why are there so many overpayments of taxes? What's the deal with that?
I asked that question like 2 months ago.
You did?
Yeah, I did. And
Was there an
think
answer, and
Martha-
so this is moot, or?
No, it's a different.
It was answered, but Martha will answer again. Because repeat. It's the,
Yeah, well,
The
you know,
trick.
our memories are such.
yes.
Well, in absence of Math Alliance, I will try my best. Some people normally would sign up for auto payment and then forget that they had signed up and
Oh,
come in and pay checks.
again,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, so because there are blocks of large amounts, and there were blocks of like 50, 80, 100. I guess everybody has a different story, so.
That's true. And also the state tax payment as well.
And normally
So
those
some
overpayments are
people pay
paid within
full
like
amount.
1 month, is that?
What's that?
The overpayments are paid back within about a month?
Yes, we try. Well, so the report will be run, And whenever they get to us, we put whatever amount that we can put in for the payment.
Yeah.
So between now and possibly end of the month or beginning of next
Okay.
month, you will probably see a couple in there. And it also depends on when the state tax payment are downloaded.
And then while you're here, there was a $2,650 microphone that was in the financial warrants. What was that for?
That was for, I believe, this one.
Microphones? We're getting new microphones?
No, I think that was to fix this line when they broke. We had to pay for them.
So some of
Some of
these
them were
were
broken.
broken.
Some were broken? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Yeah, mine wouldn't turn off
Phones.
last time.
Okay. And then the last one on that issue is there was a $200 Seaway car wash charge. Who are we using Seaway to wash the city
No,
cars?
the fire trucks.
The fire
They
trucks?
cost more. No, I'm only
No.
kidding.
Normally it's the police cruisers.
What was that?
The police cruisers.
Oh, all the cruisers. Okay. Okay. And the last question is, since we're appointing Stitzel and Page for tax sales, from what I remember before, if a house has a tax sale and you bid the highest, you don't get possession of the building for a year, but you pay the full price and it's held on deposit, right? And if the owner comes forward and pays the back taxes and interest and penalty, then your money is refunded to you, but they pay you an interest rate on that deposit that they've kept for a year. And I was just curious, what is that interest rate still at like 5% or something like that, or?
So I think that is the case. Having
Yep.
said that, we work very hard to never go to tax sale.
Right, I know, I
So,
understand that.
so
Yeah.
I don't believe it's happened. It
It's-
certainly has not happened here
Right.
during my time. I don't know, Martha, if it's
Yeah, I
happened during your
think
time.
for the time that I've been here, it has happened once.
Right. But back when interest rates were zero, right? It just, I looked at that and it was like 5% because it had been set a long time ago. I'm just curious, since it's never used, but is that something that we want to change annually? Would that take a city council motion? Just,
I would need to look
okay,
into it.
for the future, no big deal. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, Martha. Would it be possible? Because actually, it might be helpful. I was one of those people who didn't know whether we were on auto pay, but sometimes it'll say on the bill like "Do not pay." You're on auto pay. The property tax bill doesn't say that. Would it be
It
possible?
does, because we're on
Not-
auto pay.
Mine didn't. No, we called and it took a while to figure it out that we were on auto pay. But
I'm not 100%.
I know the water
sure.
bill says it, the gas bill say it, the property tax bill doesn't say it.
Yeah, I don't think our system is set up that way, but I cannot 100% confirm.
The alternative is that if somebody does a night deposit in an envelope, let's say, and you get a check, before you actually deposit the check, you could check to see whether, I don't know whether that's possible because I don't know when you actually see the money pulled in an ACH from somebody's checking account.
When they come in at the time, I'm the only person that can see
Okay.
what money comes in.
Yeah.
And the people that actually receive the money in, they cannot tell whether
Okay.
those payments have been processed or not.
Right. Okay. So it's too, because they have to get the payment in at a certain time, otherwise they face a penalty, right? So
Yeah.
Right.
they don't,
That's why auto pay is nice. If you remember, you have it.
well,
And normally it's people just panicking that maybe they might be able to get interest rate on their late payments, so they're
Yeah.
just coming in and paying right away.
thank you. That's good.
Okay.
Thank you, Martha.
So we have a motion that's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? You ready for the vote? All in favor of the 9 items on the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, which is consider appointments to the Chittenden County Communications Union District and the Winooski Valley Parks District.
So, one, thank you for going through that consent agenda. I know there's a lot on there and it was some meaty stuff, so thank you for that. We are trying to leave room for lots of debate and other agenda items. So, for your appointments tonight, we have one public application for the Winooski Valley Parks District. That's Larry Kupferman. He is actually on an airplane right now, so is not able to participate, but I believe the council is familiar with him and his work. So he's the only application we received for the Winooski Valley Parks District, so you could take action on that tonight. We did not receive any public applications for the Chittenden County Communications Union District, but I believe one of your colleagues may be interested in serving on that role. So I leave that information with you to do with what you will.
And which colleague is that? Who is the mystery
One
person?
in the green plaid.
You know, I really like the slow speed.
I have to say that there are holes when I drive south. Yeah,
Oh, you mean cell holes?
cell holes.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, yeah, between
Yes.
South Burlington and Shelburne, there's some drop-ins.
Cellar.
Yes.
But it's getting better.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go T-Mobile.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm happy to make a motion to appoint Larry Kupferman to the Winooski Valley Parks District and Counselor Tim Barrett to the Chittenden County Communications Union District.
I'll second.
Do we want to grill Tim or?
What do you plan to do that will benefit
Yes.
South Burlington, Mr. Chitten?
Well, I believe there aren't that many
Barrett.
households that there are very few that could benefit. Well, there are some that could benefit, but the number is very low in terms of coverage, right? So I have a lot to learn, but I think that our participation then also ends up injecting extra money into that unit district, right?
Yes.
So, but it'll be great to understand what else goes on in the rest of the county.
Well, I
You know,
think you'd be perfect.
We're pretty well served, by Comcast in a lot of places. And that's not saying that people are paying a fair value to Comcast at this time, but everybody, please review your Comcast Xfinity bills and just cut out what you don't need, right? If you have an antenna and you can get over-the-air signals and hook it up to your TV, you can get an over-the-air DVR, you can cut your Comcast cable. Unfortunately, that decreases the revenues for town TV, right? But this is what cord cutters have been doing for years now. If you can get rid of your TV, you could also go to YouTube TV. It's like $65 a year, and it has local channels and it has a cloud DVR, right? You can also go DirecTV or Dish, but they got a 2-year agreement, but the second year increases over the first year, and you got to put a big thing on your. Anyway, so these are the kinds of things you wonder how people can save money, right? People who use landlines still, you can convert your landline over to a VoIP line and pay $5 a month instead of $35 a month to consolidate it, right? So there are all sorts of opportunities, but the problem is that the average household doesn't have the time or the patience and sometimes the knowledge on how to implement these things and combine them and buy not a special router, but buy their own router so they don't end up renting it from Comcast as well, right?
That's where I
So
fall.
if you know me and you've seen anybody ask on Front Porch Forum, Southeast Quadrant, hey, has anybody got any alternatives? I'm there hammering on the email author button saying, this is what I do in my house. Here's some suggestions. It's not easy, but it is doable. You can go from $200 a month down to $80 a month, right? But and I see Barb's service is. There you go. There you go. So,
Well, I'm having coffee with her, so you're going to tell me how. Or come over to my house and do it.
Those things also travel, so I can watch tomorrow waiting for the
Right.
next. I can watch TV if I want
Right.
to my phone, or I take it with me. That's how I'm saving $1,200 a year.
yeah. The
So
whole.
the water isn't really a big deal, is it?
Oh, ouch.
But this other is a principle.
Okay.
The fragmentation of the entertainment industry in its technology is really affecting customers because you've gone from over-the-air broadcasts to cable or satellite into
know.
streaming services over the internet.
Right.
There are now so many streaming services, and they're not profitable to those companies that have provided them, right? They're all losing money on
So an
it.
alternative is you go to the library,
That's
read.
true. Or
Don't
you
watch.
you can take a DVD for
We spent a whole
free
bunch of money next
out of the
door.
library unless
Or
you
write
don't have a
letters.
DVD player.
Right.
Anyway,
Can I
thank you.
make a friendly
Yes, you
amendment to
may.
that motion? So I've been serving on the CUD board, which I am happy to step off of because this. Clearly a lot of interest, but we do need an alternate. So I'm fine to continue as an alternate with Tim.
Oh,
serving
okay.
as
I'll
a-
amend that motion to include Jesse Baker as our alternate to the Chittenden County Communications Union District.
Second. That's a friendly amendment to my mind.
Okay. Are we ready for the vote?
Can I just ask what we do, what the Winooski Valley Parks District does and what our role is? I've just not heard of that, so.
Yeah.
So the Winooski Valley Parks District, trying trying to see if Paul is still on. He is not. Is one of our Chittenden County Union Municipal Districts. So it's a special government that we have set up in partnership, kind of like the Solid Waste District, Water District. And it manages a significant amount of land, conserved access land, in Chittenden County in the Winooski Valley Watershed District. So we have some parcels here in South Burlington. There are other parcels across communities in our region. So for example, I hiked Colchester Pond this weekend. That is all Winooski Valley
So
Parks District
which South
land.
Burlington parcels do they manage? Or
Behind the airport.
Well, and then there's off,
The one off
Van
Spear.
Sicklin.
Yep.
In River Cove? Is anything off of River Cove is off at all?
And between Colchester and South Burlington on Limekiln.
I can send you a map.
oh, I'd love to see it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I think they are a very interesting partner for us to
Right.
consider expanded partnership with here in the future, because they actively manage natural areas, and we annually
The
fund them.
expertise.
And we fund them. We make an annual contribution that's based on population, I think, not the amount of parkland you might have.
Not
Because
acreage.
all of the acreage is available to everyone. There's no fee. Except maybe there is a fee for the homestead, right?
They charge the city, they used to, I'm pretty sure they used to do Wheeler, they did like brush hogging. And,
There are services we can.
Oh, there
buy
are
from them.
services that we can buy from them. I meant that an individual can hike or walk in any of the parks without having, it's not like it's a state park where there might be a fee. Okay, you ready now? Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is unanimous. Number 8, well, this is special.
Yeah,
So, Sean, do you want to
they're both Sean's.
do both Sean's? Sean and Sean. You spell them differently, at least. There's Cian and then there's Sean.
Also, both have the initials SB. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, and SB.
SB, yeah. DPC, SB,
SB squared.
PCSB.
We see it happening.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we
Wild group tonight.
like things to match in South Burlington.
Fantastic. For those online and in the audience that may not know, Sean Burke and I have the privilege of serving as the city's police chief. Tonight I'm here with our new Deputy Chief of Police, Sean Briscoe. A little bit about the process that led us here. First, thanks to city management and council for supporting in the FY24 the budget conversion and bringing the deputy chief position back to the police department. As you have seen in the headlines and in our work, policy and training related, the demands on the police department through modernization have been great, and the addition of this additional administrative capacity was much needed. So thank you for that. In terms of process, we did conduct a national search in conjunction with HR. I'd say we put together a process that had decent rigor to it, and through that process, we were fortunate enough to come and meet now Deputy Chief Briscoe, and I'll have him say a little bit about his background. I will just say before he speaks, this is an amazing opportunity for a growing city and our police department, and I'm very, very excited how this kind of postures us for the future. Chief.
Certainly welcome you.
Thank you. I would also like to thank you for bringing the funding to the deputy chief position back into the budget. But kidding aside, this is a fantastic opportunity. The entire process from seeing the job announcement to starting today has been incredibly welcoming, and I can't imagine working in a better spot. The people that I've met over the past few weeks and today have really embraced me with open arms, and I'm looking forward to being a part of this team. I know that city manager sent out a notice that I was being hired with some of my credentials, so I won't bore you with some of the things that I've done or in my past career. Just say that I was 27 years with the Saratoga Springs, New York Police Department. I took a year off and decided that it was time to re-enter policing because life in the private sector was just not for me. Really excited to join this team, and just a little bit about me and the way I approach policing and administration, and whether it's an internal or an external interaction, I always base what I do on empathy, trying to put myself in the other person's shoes and see things from their perspective. And I think that that's important for police work at any level, to really understand what's going on and try and figure out what the best solution is for the community and the person that I'm speaking to. So I hope that that's something that you all will embrace about me, and I'm looking forward to getting started here with South Burlington PD. Thank you.
Any questions or thoughts? I just want to, I forgot to mention, but at the Brayburn opening, Michael Monte, the president of the CHT, specifically thanked our chief of police, Sean, with a W, for the wonderful work that he and the police department have offered in all of their, when the Ho-Hum 2 was just a place that was used for COVID separation or isolation. And he acknowledged that sometimes it's challenging. The new apartments might have some challenges, but he was most appreciative of the approach that South Burlington takes to make that work as best as possible. And I think that's something that we all very much appreciate. And it sounds like you found a partner in crime, so to speak, that will carry that on. And I think that's wonderful. So welcome, both of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful to have you on board.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I enjoyed reading about it in the local press. So before meeting you, sorry I couldn't come this morning, but I have to say that you are in a really good force. I think we have a lot to be proud of here in South Burlington, and our police force is one of them. So you are a lucky man indeed.
Excellent. I agree. Thank
Great.
you.
Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard, Deputy Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, item 9 is receiving the Charter Committee's report on governance, and then consider providing direction to the committee staff. So we have a couple members here. Did you not turn it on? Oh. Because my screen goes blank, like me. Boom. Have a, right. Well, Peter, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good evening. Is it mic on?
Yes.
Is it bright green?
Is it bright green?
Well, it's green.
Can you push it again?
Push the push button.
Now
Is it
it's bright
brighter?
green.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I've been chair of the Charter Committee for the last 18 months. In February of 2022, the council requested that the Charter Committee consider governance models and language updates to the city charter. Directed us to engage in a community feedback process and solicit feedback from South Burlington residents on governance models. Before I get into the report, I just want to take a minute and recognize some of the committee members that are here tonight. With me is Ann Lalonde, and Ann did our first draft of our report, and we didn't change much, so thank you, Ann.
Right.
Donna Kinville, our former city clerk, was on the committee and still is. And Elizabeth, oh, you're right behind me. Yeah, I got Wendell. He's coming up in a minute. Chuck Hafter, I don't think Chuck's online, but Chuck is vice chair of the committee. And the council appointed or allowed the school board to appoint 2 members to our committee. And that began with Dr. Childs and Carter Higgins, who was a student representative who did a wonderful job with our committee. Both of those people have moved on. Carter's off to college. And Kate Bailey and Wendell Coleman have been appointed by the school board to continue on in that role. And so they finished the project with us. It's a long report. You've all received it with attachments. I'm hoping you've read it through, but I might start the meeting by just going over the highlights or the sections of the report, and then we can open it up for a discussion and your thoughts on it. First of all, we set out a process and a time frame and a time chart, which we did pretty well to stick to, I think. The first thing we did was discuss city manager versus the chief executive for the city. Do you have a mayor or a city manager approach? And in that process, we interviewed a number of mayors and other people about their positions from within the state, with similar sized towns, if you will, to get a flavor for how they viewed their positions. And that helped us in determining our recommendation on that topic. Let me just also, during that early discussion, there was a suggestion about planning commission size, and we took the temperature of the planning commission and the city council, and both of those groups did not advocate for a change in the size, so we did not spend much time on that at all. Part of the process, we wanted the public to think about what our questions were, about how they wanted the government structured. So we tried to come up with some pros and cons, or advantages and disadvantages, or possible advantages and disadvantages to having a mayor versus a strong city manager approach. So we put together a list of pros and cons, and we also did that with size of government, etc. And that document is attached as a link to the report. Community outreach, we did a survey, we did forums and other meetings to reach out to the community. The survey, Jesse helped us tremendously with designing a survey. The committee had some input into that. We put the survey together and reached out to the community throughout our public forums, which we held two, and other meetings with other groups in the city. We met with some PTA members. We met with some business groups to try to get feedback. And we opened that up. We didn't get any other takers who wanted us into their neighborhoods or what have you. But we did reach out pretty strongly to the community. The results of that of the forum, on page 3 of the report, we list a number of topics that seem to come up more or less regularly. Concern of using legislative districts as wards. Wards versus that large representation. Possibility of electing planning commission members was raised. Support for nonpartisan system was a consistent theme. At the May 10 meeting, a straw vote, half the attendees favored wards and half at large. We'll get to our recommendations on that in a few minutes. The chair of the Board of Civil Authority requested expansion of the size of the BCA if possible, suggesting now that with five legislative districts, that means another polling location and more need for more involvement.
Does that require a charter change to expand? Oh, I'm sorry, turn this off. Does expanding the BCA require a charter change?
I believe it does, but
According to excuse me, Donna, can you, according to state statute, we're limited at 15.
Oh, okay, thank you.
so we could do a charter change if people wanted to do that to add to the numbers of the BCA. Concept of ranked choice voting came up. Mayor form of government was not supported by the majority of the commenters. Possibility of elections in November for a larger turnout. Those were some of the feedbacks we got. The survey, we received 175 responses to our survey. It was online. Actually, we had a way of telling whether the survey responses came from the same IP address or not, and we didn't get any duplicate IP addresses, which was nice. I don't know how you feel about 175 responses out of a city of, 16,000 registered voters or something like that. But I guess from the people I talked to, that was a pretty good response. We'll talk about the specific comments made in the survey in a minute. Comments at regular meetings. Many of those who attended the regular meetings of our committee advocated in favor of a ward system. They argued that election by wards would lead to broader participation by South Burlington citizens, ensure that the council is more responsive to concerns. Also, South Burlington resident Dan Albright prepared a handout for the committee with demographics information on each of the census tracts. And the handout showed that the South Burlington's legislative districts overlaid with the map of single unit and multi-housing in the city. And that map is attached, and Dan's report is attached to this document. Recommendations of the Charter Committee. These are our specific thoughts that we come back to you with. The committee unanimously recommends that there be no change to the city's chief executive system, so that we stay with the city manager and chair elected by the council. And that was pretty much consistent with the feedback we received throughout the process. City Council, with a unanimous vote, the committee recommends an increase in the number of city councilors. For a number of reasons, and this also was pretty well split between the feedback we got. But the committee as a whole unanimously thinks that it might be more helpful to have 2, 3, 4 more counselors. We left the appropriate number out of our recommendations. We didn't want to spend a lot of time on that until we knew whether the council has an interest in going in that direction. Because when you do that, that also impacts on, particularly if you go to wards, if you're in favor of us pursuing that, how we would elect those people. So that would be more work for the Charter Committee if you'd wish. The committee could not reach consensus on whether council should be elected by district or by at large. So we toss that back to you. If you'd like us to do more work on that, we're glad to, but we couldn't reach a consensus on the committee. Let me see here. Okay. The paragraphs in the rest of that just give you some background on wards versus large representation. The school board, with a unanimous vote of the committee, recommends an increase in the number of school directors. We also did not give you a specific number on that. It will take more dialogue with probably the school board and the community to figure out how that moves. But the committee did vote unanimously to continue electing school board members at large, as opposed to using wards for school board members. And that, I think, was pretty consistent with the feedback we got. Additional items that came up. The committee discussed other means of addressing concerns about underrepresentation. One option was alternative election methods such as ranked choice voting, instant runoff. Another creative option was the use of 2-year term and 3-year term, having everybody run for those terms, and then the top 2 vote getters fall into those terms, as opposed to a separate election for each term. These are just thoughts that came out. We don't have any recommendations on these. Finally, the public raised several issues in our forums with regard to the Planning Commission being elected, and I just highlight that for you. I also want to take 1 minute, and we'll get back to questions and anything that the committee wants to add. But if I can find my sheet so I don't forget anybody. I'd like to acknowledge the support the committee's received from the city manager and the city attorney, Jesse Baker and Colin McNeil, for their excellent counsel during our process. Our excellent minute taker, Sue Allenek, who tabulated the many and various comments from our committee meetings and public hearings. They've been attached, so you have access to those. Also, thanks to Councilor Megan Emery for being the council liaison to our committee. And of course, thanks to the many residents who participated throughout the process. Before we go to questions, Anne, would you like to add some thoughts?
I think Peter described it all very well. I think, as you can tell in this report, there were a lot of complicated issues that that we couldn't really foresee. You know, if we split this up into wards, South Burlington into wards, can we be certain that that would create more diversity in the city council, for example? So I feel somewhat bad that we didn't sort of recommend, here's exactly what we think you should do, but I think we've really tried to set out the pros and cons and what the whole committee was thinking about as we did it. So,
Any committee members have anything to add? Okay. Can we answer any questions?
Sure. Are there any questions?
First
I'm
question.
sure there's some.
Did you talk about lawn signs at all?
We did not, thank you. Would you like us to?
You
Put
did
it in the
talk about
survey.
lawn
Do you
signs.
prefer or not prefer lawn signs up and down all the roads
We
during
did
the
talk
election
about
cycle?
it.
If we could get rid of lawn signs, that might be a very positive thing to start with, but
I'd rather talk about making sure the lawn signs are picked up after the election.
it's usually done pretty
They
well.
are.
Usually we're picking up our,
I know.
I have
our
quite a
own
few
signs and other
candidates
people's
in my
signs.
garage.
No, I'll wait till other people.
Well, I do have a question, just because I'm, and it's probably because I don't totally understand ranked choice voting or instant runoff voting, but it's cited as an alternative election method that I believe right after the paragraph that talks about addressing concerns about underrepresentation of certain areas. I don't understand how ranked choice voting creates underrepresentation, or is it just that's a whole nother idea? I read that and I was thinking, oh.
I think it was brought up as part of that, and I'm not quite sure personally how that would affect that area, but we put it in there because
Okay.
we heard from a number of people that that was a topic that they thought should be brought up. But the committee did not spend a great deal of time talking about that issue.
But not necessarily as a means to getting more diversity on any of these councils or boards. Because I'm stymied about how that would, how that exactly works.
I don't know what it does, but I think it came
Well-
up during that discussion.
Yeah.
That's the way it was framed.
Right, and we had people talk about this and bring this up in the forums as well. And I think that we were more concerned about the sort of the forms of governance rather than the way to vote, way voting would work. But we were trying to figure out a way that we could somehow be sure that there was more diverse representation. And I'm not super clear on ranked choice voting, but we did have several people talk to us about it.
Well, I think I was
I'm
at
gonna
one of the meetings when they did, and I didn't make the connection then either. So I was just wondering if someone else had.
Turn this over to Donna.
That's fine, this is my normal height. Part of the reason we couldn't come to some of these conclusions is more to the fact that, we could say, let's vote by district and let's have ranked choice voting, let's have all these things, but that in itself doesn't guarantee diversity. So that's
okay.
why we were kind of split. It's like we know we need to create diversity, but we're not sure these methods are going to get us there. But they're a conversation that we heard during the process.
Okay, thank you.
You also talked about public financing of elections. At least it was a community member who brought it to the floor, something done in Portland, Oregon, I believe. And I followed up on that and sent you all the link. And that's actually something that the University of Illinois Circle campus, so in Chicago, recommends, is public financing to truly encourage diversity.
Yeah. And we'd spoken about the high cost of some of the council elections, and that was one suggestion, is to have public financing or a cap on spending. But we did talk to Colin, the city attorney, and he said it would be difficult to do this on a city level, but we didn't really get into it beyond that.
You mean
high
putting
level.
a cap on
It would be difficult.
expenditures?
Yes.
Yeah. I think the Supreme Court sort of shut that down, didn't it? In the Vermont State Assembly as well as nationally. But I don't
Yeah, and just remind you, some of the things we put in as added comments are strictly that. Members of the public made that feedback, but we did not spend time debating or discussing them. We didn't feel it fit in with our charge. And we wanted to get a report back to you in time if you wanted to do something.
Other, Andrew and then Tim?
Peter, thank you for a wonderful report. Thank you for everyone that worked on it. It was really very readable, a lot of terrific information. I really appreciate all the hard work. I have a question about the recommendation to increase the number of counselors. So I read through there's a page, I guess, the chart that discusses the pros and cons. And I have to say, reading through those pros and cons, it didn't jump out at me that there were kind of overwhelming pros for expansion. So the chart talks about, the disadvantages of a 5-council structure are too much work for each counselor, more difficult to get a quorum, only takes 3 counselors to dismiss the city manager. As far as I know, I think the workload's fine. We've never dismissed a city manager, and we've always had a quorum.
We have.
Well, at least not
time.
during mine, and we've always had a quorum. So, I get those. I get those points in theory, but I don't know that they, are kind of in fact things that are really disadvantages here and now. Conversely, it talks about the cons of expanding, more difficult to reach consensus. Yeah, right. Longer meetings, deliberations get bogged down. Yeah, they could. difficulty finding candidates to run. I think that would be a potential real issue, honestly. And then the benefit of having more than 5 councils is, yes, you'd have more perspectives for sure, by definition, more voices. But I guess in my mind, it didn't feel, reading all those, that would lead to unanimous vote to expand. And I was curious more about the thinking behind that.
I think we had, we talked about some more advantages after we wrote our beloved chart that we spent so much time on. But I think we really focused on increasing demographic representation, which again would not happen automatically. I think there'd have to be work by people going out and looking for candidates and trying to make sure that people not in the southeast quadrant were also running. But we were also thinking about the fact that it would allow counselors to maybe mentor newer members, and if counselors were leaving, it wouldn't remove the institutional memory. If 2 counselors out of 5 left, that would be, could be a lot, a bigger blow than if 2 out of 7 left. And so, I think we were thinking about those kind of institutional concerns too. And I don't know that we really.
Does that work?
That one works, and the one at the.
The podium works too. That's a better camera shot if you're interested.
Just press the button in the middle so it's bright green.
And speak
There.
into it.
Can you hear me?
Kind of close.
Well, I'd like to elaborate a little bit on 2 issues. One, size of council, and the other, ranked choice voting. I'm not going to get into all the details of ranked choice voting, but on a nonpartisan ballot, if you have ranked choice voting, it tends to give moderate voices an advantage over some extreme position on either end of the political spectrum. Alaska, we don't have partisan elections, so we've automatically got a nonpartisan vote. But in Alaska, the last election, people were listed by parties, but it was all one ballot. You could vote. I could vote for a Republican here and a Democratic here and a Native Alaskan here if I wanted to. But they got really, really good results, and I have read articles on it explaining what I said. It tends to decrease extremism, which I personally think is a good idea. The other issue I'd like to briefly touch on is size of council. I think you work under a disadvantage with only 5 members. Vermont has an excellent open meeting law. Meetings are supposed to be open, et cetera, and I think you understand all that. But you're also humans, and humans are social animals. Going into meetings cold is not a good idea, but with 5-member council, any given member can talk to one other member about an issue. The minute they talk to the second member, it is a violation of the open meeting law. Yes, it is.
No.
Oh.
No, I can call Helen, and I can talk to Tim and separately.
Separately.
I can talk to Andrew. I can talk to Tyler.
You can't talk together all at once.
No. The law very specifically says you cannot chain these conversations together in a way that So if Megan
Well, a
talks...
phone conversation would be hard to chain unless you have a conference call, and that would be in violation.
Chain is one after the other.
Oh.
No, I can talk to any of my colleagues separately. That is something that the meeting law does not prevent me from.
This is part of why we didn't get into all of this, and you may not want to tonight, because if you do want to proceed that, we'd be glad to take that on for you and give you a report on it.
Well, we can always rely on our council. We did get trained in open meeting law, and I think I understood as Megan, but maybe we were led astray. But that's the training we got from the state.
We will agree to disagree for right now.
We can do that. Wendell, you and I have disagreed
A few times.
on a few times, so. Other comments or questions? Tim, you had some.
Yeah, like Andrew said, thank you very much for all the hard work. And I just the framework of thinking about this is interesting because I start at the bottom. The bottom is, well, what is broken if nothing is broken, and what is fair, what is unfair, right? And I start at the election process itself, right, which Don has directed for many years. Mm-hmm. Our election process is very well structured and very secure. And I don't have any problems with it. And it's up to the voter looking at the ballot to pick the candidate that they want. That's not a problem. The process to get on the ballot I think is a low barrier, right? It's like 35 signatures, right, on a petition. That's a very easy thing for anybody to do if they have an interest to try and become a member of city council. So that's fair, and that's not a problem. Then I start thinking about how much money does it take to actually get onto city council? And we have lots of examples where somebody has spent $37,000 over 2 successive campaign cycles to get on city council and then only served 1 term, right? So, and I'm not judging that. I'm just saying that if you take that in conjunction with past campaigns where large amounts have been spent, and there have also been political action committees. There was even a political action committee that benefited Megan and myself, without our knowledge. And that's totally unexpected at times, right? So that's when, to me, so the correct question is, what is a fair process to elect people, right? Mm-hmm. You have to have a secure election process. You have to have a low barrier to become a candidate. Mm-hmm. Then it would be really nice theoretically, if the average voter was able to see the breadth of all the candidates and be able to evaluate them, at the same time with the other paper usually publishes a matrix. Mm-hmm. What are your opinions on all these 12 items? And here are the 7 candidates. You can go, yeah, I agree, and then they can make a decision themselves, right? So is there a fair process where the public is given information about all the candidates without 12 postcards arriving at their house that go into the recycling immediately, all right? Without, 4 leaflets laid at the door, whatever it might be, or radio ads, radio ads for a city council position, it's been done, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. So thinking back to what is the fairest process to try and get somebody elected because the public perceives them to be a valuable person to put on city council, right? And money just blows that out of the water. And so right there, whether it's 5 people or 7 people, I mean, we've been lucky. We've had good people on council. I'm not saying it ruins it. It makes it less fair. Mm-hmm. That's what bugs me, right, is the whole campaign finance spending problem. I spent a wonderful Wednesday night with a former Peace Corps volunteer friend of mine that was in Liberia with me, who is now a state rep for Maine. And I asked her, well, what did you spend on your last election? She went 0 because the state of Maine gave me this block of money like it gave the other candidates, and that's what they were limited to. And that works for them. I don't know all the details, but I was like, my jaw hit the table. I'm like, and that's for a state rep, right? Why can't we do something similar here? And lawn signs, the average voter, if they see your name 20 times going down Dorset or Spear or Heinsberg Road, does that make a difference? Should we just bar them all, ban lawn signs, and let people, decide before they get to the polls? Because they really should have decided before they get to the polls, right? Unless they see you at the door and they go, oh, I like you best, whatever it is, So 5 or 7, it doesn't bother me, but it just means the meeting's going to go longer because you're going to have 7 people talking in a row, right? Mm-hmm. So the meeting's going to go till midnight or 1 a.m. Burlington, right, goes till 2 a.m. sometimes, and they have 13 people, right? Or is it 12 plus the mayor?
They have 12, okay. And the mayor.
And the mayor. So that just another consideration to think of is that the amount of time people spend preparing and then going to meetings and then committee meetings and then being in twice a month, a meeting that goes from 6:30 till midnight, that's another consideration. But if that's what it takes to make representation more equitable, then maybe that's what it takes. I don't know.
Tyler, you have a question or a comment or whatever.
I do. I had a question, and again, I'd like to echo everyone's thanks for this body of work. And it's very comprehensive, and as Councilor Chalnick noted, it's very easy to read. So thank you. I had a question. In any of the comments that you received from citizens, or I'm curious to know if you got a sense. I agree with what Tim has said about getting to the root cause of the issue with diversity. And I'm curious if you, in any of your efforts, got any sense or any sort of a read on why perhaps folks didn't run or were not running for city council. What the pain points might be. Was it cost? Was it time? In all your work, did you get any sort of a sense as to what might be preventing more people from running and what's contributing to the diversity factor?
I think the answer is no. I don't think a lot of people, some people said money, I couldn't spend that much money, and they said they did not want to run to 20,000 people versus 5,000 in individual districts.
So,
they didn't
so
wanna
the sheer volume of
I think there were some
20,000 was more challenging
daunting.
than thinking of 5,000.
And that was one of the pros or cons as we looked at the ward versus at large, and the argument was if the ward may produce more people, but that was a may.
Interestingly, though, our legislators, every single one of them ran unopposed, and 4 were new.
Yeah.
So, but.
And I just want to also make sure we don't forget that we talked about the school board too. And I think those are different barriers to running. I think the cost didn't seem to be a barrier to running for school board. But I think people are maybe daunted by the difficulty of so much work on the board. I mean, that's why the former school board directors sent us a letter saying we strongly advise that the school board should have 7 people because they work in committees, unlike the council.
Yeah.
But I just want to note.
I 100% agree that the time commitment is probably the most daunting, and a reason why I have not at all considered running for school board, and I think that the school board should consider ways of divvying that work perhaps in different ways or to other people. And I would also say that to what has been said prior, that having late meetings could be definitely dissuasive. I know myself getting home close to 11:30, it takes me sometimes 2 hours to just wind down and get to sleep, and then I have a full work day the next day. So you need to keep in mind, and we need to keep in mind, that if we truly want diversity, you're not going to necessarily be happy with only having people who can have the next day to relax and make up for that lost sleep. So I think time is truly more valuable than the money question.
Yeah.
And that's something that I mentioned in those meetings. And as far as bringing diversity, and I did ask the council to review our charter, 2 weeks ago, because I wanted to really draw attention to the neighborhood forums. And the reason why those neighborhood forums, I believe, are a really good kind of training ground for potential counselors is because it's been shown we have very successful national candidates who were neighborhood organizers. I'm talking about, a 2-term president who's still beloved. And he was a neighborhood organizer. And I'm talking about Barack Obama. And so those neighborhood organizers learn by organizing their neighborhoods how to develop, constituencies, how to approach, the various mechanisms of government and do it effectively, and by coaching their neighborhoods on how to do that. There, of course, anytime you teach somebody, you learn more deeply. I know that as a matter of fact. And so by teaching a neighborhood how to approach the council, who to contact, how to work through the various levers and layers of government, because not everything comes directly to the council, right? Oftentimes it goes through committees, and then it works its way back and forth between the committees and the staff, and eventually it gets up to the council, right? And so understanding that is really, really valuable for people to understand why I talked to the council 5 times over the last 5 meetings and nothing has happened yet. Well, sometimes it takes years for things to work their way up to that level. And so it's something I would really hope that we could, encourage our committee. And I want to thank you. This report is excellent. I thought the survey was excellent. I thought you came, you were handed this charge, and you did excellent work on, given that, based on what we gave to you. I would like us to learn from this experience and to say, one of the things I would like you to think about as a committee is, what is the value of these neighborhood forums? And how could these neighborhood forums, be supported in a way so that we could develop more diversity, and that training ground for people. One of the traditional ways to get to run for council is going through the committee structure and being a committee member, right? But if we look at this board, right, there are 3 of us who went through that kind of traditional way. And so it's not saying that you have to go through the committee structure. But and sometimes people who haven't been through the committee structure, they've become chairs and they've been wonderful, So it's still a way for people who are looking for that training and saying, do I really want to do this? Do I really feel up to it? And is it something that, you don't have to somehow have this magical dust to be able to do, which you don't. We're just neighbors. I think it's a really nice way to break the ice and test it out. So that's what I would suggest.
Dan, and then Kate Bailey.
I just wondered, are we going to move to official public testimony part? Because I don't want to interrupt.
Well, this isn't really a public hearing, so if you would like to speak, it isn't a public hearing. No.
I just wasn't sure because.
No, go ahead. If you would like to, it probably would be helpful to be behind a mic. And
while Dan's coming up, I would just remind you that the school board did vote that they would like to have their numbers expanded. They did not give us a specific number.
Right. And certainly we're going to discuss that. We're sort of focused, it seems, at the moment on the council. And I want to assure everyone we're not just shoving that off the table because it's just about us. Okay, Dan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So first of all, thanks, Dan Albrecht, Proctor Avenue, 15-year resident, something like that. First of all, I want to thank the committee. They had a lot of meetings. I went to a lot of them. And participated in the process. And I appreciate them including some of the handouts I provided on, just housing unit distribution and census data and things like that. I kind of want to just circle back to at least the reasons that I advocated for when I made my comments about just award system, and then I think as the survey results show, again, it's just a survey, but it's, it's better than nothing, and it's better than a bunch of, Facebook posts or something, was that 60% of the people wanted some form of geographic representation. And I'll just illustrate why I feel some form of geographic representation. So some of the arguments that I made, and I'll recap them now, were we are a growing city. The 2020 census is already out of date.
Mm-hmm.
The distribution of our population across the census tracts is, by the time a new one is done in 2030, that's going to be out of date. We're not a small little Vermont town that's, we're going to always have our little 5-person select board, or some towns have 3-person select boards. So when I just think about that, about you guys do a lot of proactive planning around climate change or transportation or housing, all these kinds of things. And yet our system of government is stuck as if we're like, we're just a small town that nothing changes, nothing happens. So the point about geographic representation, and had we more racial diversity in this town, this issue would have come to the fore, but it doesn't because we're primarily of one dominant race. That we want to plan for these things. Look at the sheer number of renters is dramatic. Mm-hmm. The issues, and I will say I get it, the idea, you have 5 councilmen. The issues are different depending on where you live in this town, in this city. They really are. And there's a reason that geographic representation ward system is the norm in most of the rest of America. Because you have a person who knows your experience, comes from that experience, and represents you. And the moment you start getting bigger and bigger, you lose touch with it. Ironically, the state legislature, which has less direct control over my daily life and the daily life of residents and businesses in this town, are more answerable to me than you guys are. Not to say that you guys don't work hard or whatever, and that's not my point. The point is about that representation. The only reason that nobody runs, they run unopposed, is because the Republican Party is non-existent in this county, let alone this, to some extent, this state even. So it's just good planning and good government, to my mind, to move towards the geographic representation. However, we recognize that you guys are all incumbents. Some of you have been there for many, many years. That expertise is to be valued. And plus, Vermont does everything in incremental change. So when I looked at this, I said, okay, well, have a blended system of at large that keeps your commonality and somebody who's that broader picture and or maybe a bit experienced, has more time. You could have a 5 and 2. You have five census or 5 wards that we use now, and then 2 at large. And at some point, you guys would have to work internally who's going to continue in the realm of staying on the council and work that out yourself. But I submitted the demographic data because I think it was really key to showcasing the differences between. Again, it's only the 4 census tracts, but it kind of works with things. And there's just a big difference between the perspective. We're all informed by the neighbors that we live around and our lived experience. And there's a very, very different lived experience from living in an area that is exclusively owned single family, by and large, with no commercial anywhere around, huge tracts of the city, nothing but single family homes, versus living where I don't live right on Shelburne Road itself, but I'm pretty close to it. Then that experience, or in areas the issues of crime, the issues of quality of life, the issues of traffic, are vastly different than a certain portion of our city. Putting aside issues of income and median home value, but the data is all there, clear to see. So that's how I approach it, of just like being proactive about it. And I know I talked to Donna, and I said, Donna, you got a civil authority, and where we draw the lines, and it's like, the city has smart people. There's lots of people who can help with, if you had to tweak the lines. But I just think it's like, so yeah, it's change, it's scary, and you guys are the incumbents, so why would you want to give that up? I get it. But I think, I and others would thank you in the end for having that sort of foresight towards moving to, it's just going to keep getting more and more out of date. And on. So that's why I think of just we're still a small town. I don't think there's going to be any, corruption or whatever. I just think it's going to be the answer. And just in closing, the reason I'll say these things, like as a resident of the Shelburne Road corridor, broadly speaking, I've watched where, the processes in the cities, it's not to say that we're ignored, but the issues of growth. No, it's all going to be on the Shelburne Road and Williston Road corridor, but we're not going to increase the bus service. We're going to quadruple the density with a perfunctory hearing before the Planning Commission and put the TDRs all along these corridors. The plan, the Planning Commission work, again, very comprehensive document, great outreach they did, but in the end, it's really no change or asked to share in the burden of fighting climate change for vast areas of the city that will remain single-family zoning forever. That's not equity. You guys adopted an equity and inclusion statement. So I'm asking you guys to live up. And yeah, I get it. You guys are smart. You were thinking broadly for the city. I mean, nobody's aspiring any kind of bad vibes to you, but I just think like, look back, if you make that decision to like give up your power and share it with the rest of the city and move towards this geographic system, I think we'll look back and go, yeah, we made that proactive step, just like you're doing on many other issues. That's my main emphasis for it. It's not about is there enough money or why people don't run. It's a big commitment. But it's more, to me, the argument is it's all about demographics. Demographics is destiny, and we have a very diverse city. We're not just one single, we're not Charlotte. We're 2 little tiny centers and everything else is, rural residential or 5-acre lots. We're a very, very diverse and changing and growing city. So we need a system of government that is responsive to that. So that's it. But the committee was great, and I appreciate it was a very participatory process, and it was good engagement and lots of good food for thought. And they put together a comprehensive report. I wasn't expecting my materials to be included, but I thank that. So appreciate it. So.
Thank you. I don't want to argue with you, but I have a slightly different perspective from experience. I represented a part of Burlington in the House for 10 years, and it was small. It's 3,500 people that you represent. But I was also state senator in all of Chittenden County, with the exception of Colchester. And I found that the work in the Senate and the conversations and discussions in the Senate were much larger many times than as a state rep, because the focus was a little bit more narrow. And I see that as a plus with having at-large council members. I'm not trying to defend my seat on the council by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think there's real value in being forced to look at the entire city and not just think about, I represent the airport and I care about Chamberlain and I care about noise and I care about some busing along Williston Road and maybe some infill. And I want more parks or something. I think that the conversations that we tend to have, at least my experience in most of my 10 years, has been much broader than what you're suggesting, Dan. I don't think we forgot about renters we've been asking for more bus service for a long time. We've recognized a lot of those issues, and it is unfortunately incremental and it's costly, so not everything happens at the same time. And, some of us worked really hard not to have 200 houses torn down, affordable housing near the airport, but we lost that argument because of more, a different group felt it was more important for the overall good of the city, the county, and the state. And the loss was a particular neighborhood in South Burlington. So I think it's challenging to get people who are not retired like myself to be able to spend this kind of time. That is a challenge. We aren't in a position, I don't think, to pay enough so that someone could see this as a real part-time job that, pays them $30,000 so they can feel like they can spend the time and have the time. And I think by and large, we've been pretty responsive to anyone and everyone who comes to our council meetings and brings up issues. So in some ways, I don't think this system is broken. Would it be helpful to have, I guess, a more racially diverse group? Sure. But I'm not sure a ward system will address that. And, and I think probably all of us have lived at some point in our lives as renters, and we don't just forget that, I think. So I guess I would just push back at looking at anything as a panacea for change sakes, and a panacea to address all the challenges we face as a growing community that, as you have noted, is pretty homogeneous. And that can, change perhaps how you look at things, but I think we do address that pretty sensitively. Kate Bailey and then Ryan Doyle. So Kate's on TV. I guess they both are.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. I'll just start by thanking Peter for chairing this committee, and thanks to Anne for writing a really spectacular report and capturing a lot of nuances and a lot of robust discussion. I just wanted to, and I'll keep these short, and my comment is not specific to the school board, but rather to share my observation from the survey results and from public forum and our engagement in committee meetings from the public. I did not see a resounding embrace of the status quo from the survey respondents and from folks who came and shared their perspective with us. I do see some misalignment with the status quo of our governance, which was established in late 70s, if I'm correct, and the changing demographics of our city. So I just wanted to lift up that observation that I had from some of the survey results were, they didn't give us a resounding answer or, ringing endorsement one way or the other, with the exception of the mayor city manager question. And I do think that demonstrates further discussion and further questions that could and potentially should be researched. And if the city council were to go back to the charter committee and ask for redefining or additional questions, I would really love for us to have a clearer sense of what we mean when we're talking about diversity and representation. Because I think if we're looking for racial diversity, for example, we would do something different than if we were looking for economic diversity or geographic diversity. By just saying diversity and equity, I think it's helpful if we have shared definitions to be better execute the goals if we were to continue this work as a charter committee. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, Ryan Doyle.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can see you too.
Great, thank you. I pre-wrote my comments, so I'll just read off the paper. Bullet 5 from the Charter Committee convening resolution states, whereas the City Council wishes to explore governance structures to ensure that voices are equitably represented at policy-making tables. Ensure is a pretty strong word. However, I don't see information in this report earnestly investigate that topic. While there are some brainstormed thoughts about pros and cons which relate to equitable representation, these are neither broken out or highlighted nor was any work done to corroborate the brainstormed assertions. There was no formal literature review, nor was any data looked at regarding the effects of electoral district types on having diverse, equitable representation. This brings me to 2 points. Elizabeth Fitzgerald's letter on behalf of former school board members displays a straightforward table of comparisons between South Burlington and other local school districts. However, no such table can be found comparing South Burlington's municipal governance structure to that of other Vermont cities. I would consider such a table to be a minimum requirement for this topic to be discussed in earnest. 2, I mentioned that there had been no formal literature review. Indeed, there is nothing in this report pointing to written resources from noteworthy equity or democracy promotion agencies or peer-reviewed lit reviews discussing the ways to increase inclusion through governance structure. That said, Megan did do an informal lit review, which she emailed to the committee members. However, the merits of this were not directly discussed at any meetings or shared with the public, which would have allowed for its assessment of thoroughness and bias. Lacking these 2 critical pieces, I would consider this report to still be unfinished, and the work of the Charter Committee would therefore need to resume for this topic before setting it for rest. I'm very pleased to hear that the Charter Committee is willing to do more research into this particular topic, and I hope you will ask them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. And now Rich Cassidy would like to make a comment or ask a question.
Thank you. I just want to make a brief comment. My comment is addressed towards the size of the school board. And I just want to suggest that I agree with the current board that the size does need to be increased. The workload was heavy in the 12 years that I was on the board, and that's become kind of a long time ago now. I can only imagine that it's heavier. And the committee and the board has traditionally worked through committees, and the committees would be more effective if the size was a little larger. I want to emphasize the word a little larger. I think the example of the city council in the city of Burlington and its late meetings at the size of 13 is something to be concerned about, and I think it would be appropriate for the school board size to be increased by 2 members, but not more. And I understand there's no reason my view should rule the day, but I wanted to share my view with you. Thank you.
Are you feeling they should also be at large? I think that was the recommendation as well.
I believe that's what the letter that Elizabeth sent on behalf of the members said. I can't remember now. I would add to that ideally, I don't think that's the way to do it. I think it would be better to have districts, but I would be concerned about moving in that direction all in one jump because it's not easy to find candidates for the school board. And if we narrow it down to districts, it may be near impossible. So although I'd like to see representation in districts because I think it makes it easier for members to communicate with their constituents, I think we should move one step at a time.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Are there any other comments from council members or? So
I would like us to go back to the committee, but I think we need to talk about it. I tend to agree with Ryan, and I think that it was because the charge we gave to them was not thoughtfully enough thought through. And so I would like us to spend more time thinking about the charge that we gave to them, which, that line is to ensure more equitable representation. And that's a mighty charge, as Ryan said. And I would just recommend that this be put on, even 2 or more meetings for us to truly think through what we want the charter
for
committee.
us before we go and send them off to do some more stuff.
Before we send them off to,
okay,
to do more stuff. I will just say personally, in response to Rich Cassidy and Dan and others in favor of wards, I feel that representing the city is what I do. If I were to be limited to a ward, my work would just, I feel, not serve the city well. And I'll say that because as big as you think we are, I have constituencies across the city. I have people who write to me regularly from every part of the city and who thank me regularly from every part of the city. And probably, not writing to me, but who aren't happy with me from every part of the city. And that's just part of, what we do. But to be deprived of those relationships and not be able to benefit the city through those relationships would impoverish what I do. I just can't say it any more clearly than that. If we get to 100,000 people, okay, clearly, how can I truly represent 100? And that's just a number. It could be, much less than 100,000. But right now, I invite people to reach out to me if you feel like, I'd rather not just yell at her when I'm, talking to my spouse or partner. I'd rather actually have a cup of coffee with her. Yeah. MEMERY@southburlingtonvt.gov. Give me a jingle.
I think, go ahead.
So I won't be as eloquent as Megan, and it's honestly a little uncomfortable to defend own one lack of bias. But I think we all really do try and have the city's best interests at heart. During my campaign, I knocked on lots of doors in every neighborhood. I actually tried to avoid my own neighborhood because I wanted to hear other perspectives, and I learned a lot. And because of those conversations, I know we need to fix the sidewalks in Chamberlain, which I've been stressing. I know we need a village green. I've been stressing subsidies for weatherization and heat pumps that aren't going to really benefit folks in my neighborhood. So, and I've heard those same conversations from the rest of the council. So I kind of think my own perspective, and obviously we'll differ on this, Dan, is that we're still the size where we can elect good people that represent the entire city and have that perspective that Helen was talking about to really do good for the entire city. That's kind of my perspective. I do also think that the report, as I said, was thorough, was well documented, provides a lot of information. I'm personally prepared to make decisions on the back of what was provided to us, and not keep churning. So that's where I stand.
Okay. Tyler would like to say something.
I can wait till we close public comments, but just briefly to respond to Dan, I think it's, speaking only for myself, there was one statement that you made that I'm not trying to start an argument, but I think it's important to discuss, and that is, in this position, admittedly, I'm very new, but this is not the type of role that one takes to, quote, stay in power, right? You do this because you love it and because you really care about our community and because you care about our city. There aren't any motivations above and beyond that, quite simply because there's no reward. There's no financial compensation. There's no remuneration. This is not a job that folks have. It's a luxury that, candidly, we are lucky enough to be able to perform for our community. And I don't state that as a matter of opinion so much as I truly have a hard time. And I'm not saying that that's not true, but I truly have a hard time seeing the perspective of this being a position that one clings to in power. And I think perhaps level setting that is important, and I think that context is important as we head into further deliberations and discussion.
Thank you. I would like to sort of build on Megan's suggestion that we have a broader conversation. And one of the things that, when she was talking about the neighborhood forums, you know, and they have them in Burlington that are a little bit different, but I think it's not necessarily, you know, working your neighborhood and activating. I think we should think about how we could use those to be a training for coming to having good discussions with your neighbors, meaningful discussions on issues that are important to that neighborhood, and how you learn to come to a consensus or an agreement or a better understanding. And that's a lot of the skills, I think, that are really important for a city council or a councilor. How do you communicate with one another when you have different perspectives, perhaps, on an issue? And learning how to do that and being comfortable with that is something that not too many people just kind of slide into, and they have it, they learn it. And I think if we are really looking for that diversity, economic or whatever, one way to really train people up for both the school board, which uses the same kinds of skill sets, I think, or needs the same kinds of skill sets, as well as the city council, is maybe to really activate some of those neighborhood forums so that people, you know, dip their toe. And I think we should talk about how to do that a little better or a little more fully. I mean, all these things always take money, but I think it's a positive way to reach out to the community. To some extent, we do it with our committees. And we have a lot of people of very different backgrounds who serve on all sorts of committees. And I think, and some of them, Andrew being one, kind of rose up from Planning Commission, and Tim was on the DRB, and you were on the library board, and I don't know what else. Megan, you were on the charter committee. I mean, I cut my teeth in the legislature. I didn't have a city committee, but I did have, you know, some practice in learning how to do this. And so those are, you know, how can we do that? How can we help? If Dan, if your neighborhood feels left out, then maybe we should help them organize and have those conversations so that
We show up, Paul Ingalls shows up, you know, we do what we can, but, you know.
Well,
it's a.
And Paul is run, you know, so there's two people, you know, you haven't run, but you may not have the time. You're a full-time.
Yeah, no, I'm still working full-time.
Yeah. But I think that's a way to identify additional people who can be willing to take this on and serve their community in a little more, what's the right word? I don't know, exposed way.
As a leader.
You know, and as a leader, as a policymaker. But I think the process that we use as a city really does rely on a lot of input from a lot of people who don't have the time or wherewithal or interest or comfort in sitting up here making the final decision, but they'll sit in a committee and do a lot of research and have the conversations and the surveys and the you know, public hearings, and bring that back to us and have this kind of dialogue. So I would like us to think about how we can do that more broadly and not just when there's a crisis in a community or a neighborhood and they feel like they have to get together or their community will be ruined. Barbara, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something? Come up. Will you come up to the mic, please, so the home viewers can hear you? Stagger up there.
Barb Service. I've been thinking back about, and I like the idea about the community forum. And I will tell you, I was one of the people when I first listened to the dialogue, I was in favor of the wards because almost all of you come from the Southeast Quadrant. Megan is my neighbor, so that I do have a. But as I listen to the city council and as I listen to what you've said tonight, it is not that you ever reflect about some tiny thing in your neighborhood, but you each have a passion for some part of the city that spans all of us. And so you bring that perspective that doesn't affect just where you live, but in fact affects all of us. But as you were talking about the neighborhood forums, I really like that idea, but you need a hook. And I'm thinking back to that very painful night in the gym at Chamberlain when the former city council, I think, Helen, you were the only one there that night. Tim?
I think so.
Yeah, I
Tim,
think
you
so.
weren't
And I will and
Or I was on again.
and I will
Yeah.
tell you
Before
that
2014.
when
That was painful.
when a member of that city council said, "I don't have to explain my vote," I was appalled. And that doesn't happen in this group. But it was an issue that was big enough to bring people out, and you came to the neighborhood. And so I think if you can identify those issues that are hooks and come to a neighborhood and talk about that, but invite everybody. It wasn't that just those of us who lived in Chamberlain and are affected by the F-35. A lot of people came, but it was close enough that the people most tightly affiliated with that came, and there was a lot of open conversation on the behalf of the public, and people really did express their concerns and their whatever. And I think if you could create some of those kinds of things, I mean, I also hear you talking about we didn't have an applicant for this, or we have vacancies on this. That might be the place where you find the people who will say, oh, those folks, because you are all very approachable. But they may not know that if they only read about you in the paper. And so if you come to the neighborhood, that might open that conversation.
Well, we're supposed to go to all the different schools.
That was part
on
of,
a regular basis. I think it's in the charter.
Yes.
And then the PA systems just couldn't manage it, so it became
right. But
we could improve that. I mean, that's something that you can bring mics and stuff to different.
I think the concept is a really good
But
one.
I think
At
the
the same
concept is
time,
exactly
I'm
that.
thinking about the conversations about how much you already do. And so finding the balance between that, or even as I know that in a previous, before it became the common area, what is it called?
Common area for dogs.
Common area for dogs.
But the old dog park committee.
I know, that's what I call it.
Yeah,
but-
we went to a couple of community areas and people came because they were interested in that. So I think it's finding that hook and letting them see that all of you are really open to listening and you really do that. And I'm not saying that because I want something. I'm saying that because I remember that night. And this is a very different city council, and I'm grateful for that. So I think this could be the next iteration, and it also could be a recruitment tool for committees and whatever.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'll just go back for my institutional knowledge too. When we did go to the schools, Pat Nowak was chair after the previous chair that you're referring to. And she did tailor our agendas to that neighborhood's issues. Not that there were a lot of people in the audience, so finding even a way to find those hooks. I think perhaps putting out a survey through Front Porch Forum. We're coming in 2 months. What do you want us to talk about? Right? I think, that would be, and getting a better PA system.
Right. Yeah. Other comments? All right. Yes, Jesse.
So, speaking of good governance and how we move conversations forward, I just want to see if I'm hearing the right thing from the five of you. You do not need the committee to continue working on anything at this point, and you would like us to bring back open conversation for you all to talk about what, if any, charge we give back to them. Is that, and that could include building education tools, that could include MPA-ish things, blah, blah, but the council will retain decision-making for those next steps, not the committee. So the committee is on hiatus until they hear more from you.
Right, you're on hold. Don't disband, please.
You're on retainer.
Do we retainer? Right, yeah. The same amount you got paid before, it continues.
We're going on strike, I can
Maybe
tell
we'll
you
double
right
it.
now.
Maybe we'll double it.
Double it, it's fine, we have budget.
Do we still move to accept their report
You can
tonight?
accept the, yeah, sure.
So I will move that we accept the report of the Charter Committee.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just a
Okay.
big thank you.
All in favor? Signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, thank you very much.
Two
Yes.
quick comments.
Uh-huh.
One, you appointed, you asked the school board to appoint 2 members to the charter committee. Do you want that to be a long-term position, or was it for our discussions of the school board issues? I just raised that so you can think about
Right.
that. I don't know if that
I mean,
was-
just off the top of my head, I think it's certainly, I would want them to continue as we continue to discuss whether it's wards or at large and the numbers, because that certainly impacts them and we need their input.
Okay.
I mean, after that, they have enough to do, don't they? I mean,
Well, you can think about that.
we can think about it in the future, but I think.
And the other, just a recommendation, if you didn't have the time, I'd encourage you to read the comment section of the survey.
Mhm.
I thought they were very thoughtful and very interesting. Most people read our pros and cons, 80% of them, which I thought was impressive. And then many people commented on every question. You might get a flavor for, you may already have that flavor from the people you talk to, but you might find it interesting to read those comments. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Oh, so let's take just a 5-minute break since it's almost 9 o'clock.
That was just a joke.
They're just
Let me
kidding.
You know we all do it for the money. Come on.
For the power.
And the power, yes, for sure.
So
I got a second, though.
my name is on this, but Martha Machar helped me put together this memo as well, so I will ask her to weigh in where I screw this up. So we're not asking you to make any decisions tonight. We talked about this several months ago as we gear up for the budget process, as we gear up for other things that are coming before you, the climate action implementation plans in the next couple of months, et cetera. We wanted to give you kind of a reminder of where we were and provide some opportunity for you to give us direction about what you would like to see next. We are also about 14 months away from our deadline to allocate funding. So while we still have time, if there is something you want us to explore and then have time to redirect in the future, we do need to start working on that.
I do like we've collected interest over $200,000.
Yes.
That's very good.
Yes. So our allocation is increasing with the interest.
With time.
Big chunk of change.
Tell us who your investment advisor is.
Yes, exactly.
So we have 2.15, so there's a memo in your packet, we have 2.15 remaining for you to allocate. You can see where the other allocations have gone to date, including the interest of 203,000, almost 204,000. Very smart of Martha to put it in its own account where it would earn its own interest and stay within.
Yes.
A reminder of the conversations you've had before. We also included both the survey that was conducted with the public in the summer of 2022, as well as the recommendations all the committees provided in the fall of 2002, and the matrix of all of those ideas, which are probably about $10 million. So you have a quick view of those. So we wanted to give you some reflection back on some high-level ideas. We've heard the committee's high level, not specific. You have the list of the matrix with all the specific recommendations. So high-level ideas that we've heard talked about, obviously the full list from the committees. We've heard you counselors talk about setting aside funds for the procurement of a city green, mirroring the affordable housing commitment by issuing an RFP to see how we can support childcare expansion. We've heard you talk about a concern about the kind of businesses in city center, and is there a way we can start some kind of business grant fund that incentivizes the kind of businesses we want to see. We've heard you talk about staff support to support the implementation of the climate action plan with our residents. Obviously, we are doing that within our own job descriptions for the government, and then support additional capital projects to implement the climate action plan. So those are just high-level things we've heard, and really this is your opportunity to discuss amongst yourselves, ask us to provide any additional information you may need, or just say, we're not ready yet, we'll talk about it sometime in the future. That's my table study.
Well, one thing I wanted to find out, in the budget projections or that conversation, you talked about a project for planning that was going to provide the online ability to get permits or something. And that's just, it's not in the budget. We don't have money for it, I guess. But I was just curious if that's something that would have a demonstrable positive impact on the city's ability to, and there's probably other things too that the city could use. I think you've mentioned some of them, so that, you know, we pay our bills better. We're in the 21st century with some of the, I don't know whether it's software or what all this stuff is, but I'm just wondering if that's ARPA money, or if that's, we still have some money from we haven't spent all of the money from our fund balance, right?
Nope.
And I just was curious where that is, because I know we talked about let's make this incredible change for the city, but that, and I know software comes and goes, and it may only be good for 5 years, but that could really free up, I think, people in city government to do some of the things that we want you to do for some of the ARPA programs, I think.
So I think you're making Martha and Steve very happy, because this is what they think about a lot. So there's 2 major system updates that are on our work plan this year. One is the exploring a modern finance system that will allow us to potentially go paperless with financial processing, do much better analysis of our finance system, our finance well-being, what we're paying and collecting. The other is streamlining permitting software that would be for all of our permit systems and license systems throughout the city. Now that is all paper-based and quite cumbersome and not very transparent to the community. So those are 2 systems changes that we are thinking about. Quite frankly, they are right now on hold until we have an IT director again. He starts October 2nd. They will have budget implications, both in one-time startup costs as well as likely ongoing maintenance costs. We do not know what those are right now.
Okay.
And we do have, as you say, we do have the ARPA money. We do have our savings account. Certainly a portion of this could be set aside for system modernization into FY24 or into calendar year 24 into FY25. But we do not have cost estimates for that yet.
Well, I mean, I would like to put that on the table as, that's probably a new thing that I would like to, I don't know what the price tag is.
Right, she said she doesn't know.
So it's, I don't know where to put it or how much it would cost, but those are some things that I think make sense for long-term for the city. Since, we're sort of in the, I don't know.
I'd hold 150 for 1 year, one-time expense.
For both?
150,000?
For both?
Yeah, I think we, yes.
Oh, okay. And then,
Obviously, reoccurring annual maintenance on top of that. But the one-time.
So just because Tyler's online, Steve, can you come up? So Tyler and everybody else also is online. I don't mean to particularly call out the city councilor online.
No, yeah, I heard 150.
Yeah.
Just some preliminary work we've done. I think in looking what I recently saw, Brattleboro has implemented a new finance system. So looking at those numbers, my guess is we would be in that ballpark for permitting and for finance combined. I'll probably be wrong, but I'm not too far off.
And I can add that in with FY23 budget, the permitting software of 50,000 was approved out of ARPA Fund. That money has not been spent yet.
okay. So it is permitted. ARPA would allow us to buy that.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it's ARPA or if it's the interest we've earned on ARPA or if it's some of our fund balance, but I do think as we move forward with all sorts of new programming and, we have to think about supporting, I think, the staff and being able to do their job effectively, and I think they'll save money in the long run. Time is money when you're talking about people, right? So,
As long as it's IT secure within the realm of the city's IT systems that
for sure. Well, I don't
doesn't
think
add
they'd
any vulnerability or whatever. I'm sure it won't.
right. I wouldn't think they'd advocate for that. We'll be more efficient, except we'll be really vulnerable. Yeah. So I would just add that to the list, and I apologize, but I just think it caught my eye when I was reading
Common sense.
the stuff, and it seems common sense, and we seem to.
I mean, I also asked Jesse and Martha about possibly diverting some of the money to either pay down the pension loan debt, right, or contribute to the pension fund, but there are restrictions, and it doesn't really make financial sense to do either.
Oh, okay.
If possible. So, no problem. But thank you for responding to that. So.
Okay. Other thoughts about ARPA? I'm sure.
So I'd be prepared to, give Bob Britt the 200 for the path. It seems like,
Yep.
Matching 800,000, and we spend 2 is a pretty good deal
Return on the
for more bike
investment?
infrastructure. So I'd kind of be prepared to say let's do that. I still would like to reserve some money for the Village Green. I think I'd like to put some money toward a climate action person at least, so we can move forward. I know we may have an executive session to talk about something having to do with childcare, and we should probably reserve some money for that session.
Okay.
And if there's anything left over, honestly, looking forward to the next agenda item, I'd probably think about, helping taxpayers. So that's my perspective on the funds.
Yeah. All right.
I think every committee deserves something, right? So to me, it's what is the most shovel-ready or thing that can help them right now that can get the money spent before the end of 2026, right? So if it's too long range, you might not make the goal, right? But if it's something that we can allocate by the end of 24 and get it spent by 25 or early 26, then that would, there are some of these projects probably just can't get done in 2.25 years. So we need to look at the short range ability to get them completed. So But public arts, there's a small amount, and I think that's a well spent amount of money. And
That's a planning,
yeah, and I think it was for yeah.
a cultural plan. Yep. I also think this money's draining quickly. This money is going quickly, but I do think one of the large investments that this community have is, and important, is in its parks and recreation spaces, including the open spaces. And I think there's a request for a long-term plan.
150,000 for Parks Master Plan, and then there's a 25,000 open space plan. So, yeah.
And at this point, I'm not positive. We would need to spend money on an open space plan because we had an open space committee that I thought came up with some good identification of properties, and they seem to come to us as people are interested in selling.
Andrew explained it as it being different from that open space IZ report, and that it was a required plan. So they would have to do it regardless, with the ARPA funds or without the ARPA funds.
They'd have to do it for what, to what end?
I'm trying to remember what Andrew said.
Sorry. So 2 things. One, Tyler, we're getting some feedback on your mic, so I'm just muting you until you want to talk. When you want to talk, by all means, unmute. I'm sorry, Megan, I lost you. What are you?
I'm just recalling that was a suggestion, Helen's suggestion that the open space IZ plan would replace the need for the NRCC to do an open space plan. But that was when Andrew was here, and Andrew said, no, it's not the same thing. And I cannot recall exactly what he said. I have to dig into those minutes. But it was separate. And that they were required to do it regardless. So
Regardless of what? Well, yeah, we should find out.
Yeah. Regardless of the Open Space IZ committee having done their work or not. So we should dig into that and find out, because I can't recall.
But I think the long-range parks plan is important. Just because those are assets, and it would be good to have a plan. Yeah, go ahead.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Helen. And I echo Tim's comments about moving forward with plans that are going to have a measurable impact on what we can do now, but particularly around Parks and Rec. Having seen the challenges that our kids are having using any of our Parks and Rec facilities right now to participate in school sports at every single level, it's really disheartening particularly for a community like ours with the resources that we have. As we've talked at length about ensuring that kids have enough places to recreate and that they have the opportunities to be able to go outside and to enjoy green and open space and recreational activities close to them in the places where they're at. If we can't sufficiently maintain them, or if it feels as though I'd rather see us allocate that's something I think is important, that we've all agreed and identified as something that's important to us all into the community. And B, before we go on signing ourselves up for additional checks in the future, I'd like to make sure that we're using these ARPA funds to deliver on the promises that we've already made. And that this seems like a piece of low-hanging fruit for us to achieve those aims.
Not the parks plan, but actually do something with the parks? Or do you have a specific?
I'd say both. The irrigation around our fields across the board.
Okay, yeah,
it's
of requests. Yeah,
it's really challenging. And if we have all of these resources, but the kids can never use them, it causes frustration for everyone. And it at times can beg the question, what's the point? So yeah, I'd like to see us ensure that resources like those are given the full attention that they need with these ARPA funds. And I'd like to see us and that we also have a long-term plan for how we're going to care for, maintain, and deliver on the promises of these resources to future generations. So if part of that were a comprehensive plan, I'd support that as well. And candidly, I'm a much greater favor of supporting those projects, not only for, yes, Parks and Rec is a personal passion, and I feel strongly about it, and based on what I've heard, I think we all do. But I'd advocate that we look at it through the lens of performing that task across all of the things that we've asked various committee members to deliver for us. Are there areas where we're falling down right now, or perhaps not delivering on the promises as well as we could? Shore up those areas first, and then if there are other things left over, go about exploring incremental asks. I am nervous about hiring for a specific position such as and right now I would not support hiring for a specific position such as the climate, someone for the director of climate initiatives, simply because I don't know what happens when those ARPA funds run out. Well, then we have to budget for those, and it may pass, it may not. It would seem short-sighted to spend those funds for a position that could only be around temporarily, when we already have so many other things promises that we've made to our community that need our attention right now.
Okay. So the way those ARPA funds could be used for a new position is what we've been doing so far with the fire and the police, Tyler, is that year after year, those funds would come down, and so it would smooth out the annual increases for a new salary. That's how that.
I would rather see them go to fire or police than I would to climate, to the climate director position.
Well, you got that.
Again, those are promises that we've made to our community, and I feel they're more urgent.
Yeah, and they've got it. They've got it year after year after year. So just to, I would agree then with the modern finance system for 150. I would agree with the questions and some of the items on the Parks and Rec. So the $100K for irrigation, $50K for the basketball court. Baseball dugouts, I would hope that would include softball, just so it goes both ways. Okay, so then there's 25 for the catcher, and then 105K for the dugout. So altogether, that's 280K for park improvements. Public Art Committee, Cultural Plan, 50K. The Open Space Plan, that's an outstanding question that we should dig into, but I have that down for 25K. The Energy Committee has a Climate Action Plan implementation for 100K, which is not a new position. I don't know if we could, the direction I would give is let's really dig into what's their recommendation versus, when the rubber hits the road in upstairs, how that would work. Do we need an extra person to put those $100,000, into work or not? The 200K for the bike and ped to make sure the Heinsberg Road can occur. I would also look at the library's electric van, but I'm really curious if there's any federal dollars for that with all that is being offered right now through federal grants.
Right.
And thank you for mentioning those grants for small businesses for a city center. I remember saying that so many years ago. I can't even recall when we were talking about city center, and I'm so glad you jogged my memory, so I wrote that down. Yes, and that could include childcare. Could we use a chunk of change for grants to bring in some businesses that just need a little bit of help, just like our affordable housing, to get their foot in the door and to, that they have to pitch. They have to pitch. And we have an economic development coordinator, or I don't know Alana's official title, but, that potentially, I don't know how that would work. Who would vet that request and who would select amongst the different candidates. I am also still in favor of the Village Green, and
That would be sort of a large chunk.
it is a
I
big.
support it too, but that's not a $200,000 thing.
No,
that's
it's
like
not.
$1 million.
But I added up what I put
Right?
down here,
Yeah.
except for the van, and it comes to $830K. So that would
So the other
leave.
stuff.
That would
Okay.
leave 1.3 plus K. 1.3 plus million.
But you haven't included anything for the climate plan.
The $100,000 from the Energy Committee.
Oh, for the person?
No,
Is
it's
that the-
implementation.
Oh, implementation? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me find it here.
So, can I jump in?
Oh, please,
Yeah.
because I'm looking.
To me, I think this conversation is pretty useful. I think what I might suggest as next steps, I don't want to squash the conversation if you all want to add more things, but we can put together some scenarios for you, either going into the budget season or in advance of the budget season. Maybe in advance might be a little more helpful.
Yes.
And come back to you with kind of a slate of things, and you all can comment on that.
Yeah, it's a consulting firm. It's hiring a consulting firm. That's how they recommend.
And is it specifically for building and thermal? Because the other two we've done.
And subsequent implementation plan to create a fully fledged budgeted program. This would include identifying funding sources, methods, and timelines to obtain funding. This plan would be to the level of detail of administrative and overhead cost budget for the city and the salaries of the program management unit. And they generally, just like all of our committees, they do their homework. I would assume there are numbers to back this up. But.
Yeah.
I do think that, so next meeting or the next meeting, you'll hear the transportation implementation plan of the climate action plan that has some of that data in it. So I think 100,000, that was generated, now almost a year ago, and we're working our way through the government ops one, and we've gone through the transportation one, so that might be really effective funds for the building and thermal sector, which we have not
pick
started yet.
6 things right now that we all agree on, and then subtract that from the total, and then look at the subtotal after that, and then in future meetings, start whittling them down. And can we do that now? Do we
But
all
only
support
withdraw when they're ready to be spent, because it's every month gathering change.
Do we all support the 1.345 million for the Heinsberg bike path?
And it's 200 now. That our share is 200,000.
Oh, only 200.
Because they got
Where does
a
that say funding
grant.
request of 1.345?
They got a grant.
Well, they wanted
They
some other
submitted
stuff.
as a request.
Yeah.
Oh, but we
But
only
then
need.
they got 800.
Oh,
we got the
well,
grant.
okay, well, that should say 200,000 then, because I'm already at 1.95 million with the 1.345 million. So there is more
I
room.
can't keep up with
Yeah.
it, so.
Yeah. But the matrix, this is good. I think we talked about the matrix months ago, and I like the matrix.
You had the matrix.
I know we had the matrix, but this is the good matrix, so I think we should just pick the things we like out of the matrix and then total it up.
Well, am I allowed to say anything?
No, yes.
Please come to the mic, though.
I think you included the 50,000 for an
I
arts plan.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did you. Yeah.
Penny Tompkins, Chair of the Public Art Committee.
Is the light on bright?
It's greenish.
Yeah, no,
Push.
turn it. It needs to be bright green.
Okay. Penny Tompkins, Chair of the Public Art Committee. My only comment was, I think if you could move forward on a couple of things you all agree upon, those of us in committees who have work we really can't do without some of this help from your decisions, we can't do some of the things
Okay,
we
you're
would
treading
like to
water
do.
right now. Okay.
So that's all. Thank you.
I think that was the point. So 200,000 to pull down 800,000 for the bike path. That's the Spear Street one.
Let's
right?
go for it.
Oh,
Check.
Heinsberg Road. Okay.
Tyler, you agree? He agrees.
Okay.
I agree. I think it's a great GM ROI, and I think it'd be an amazing addition to the.
Okay. 50,000 for arts.
Check.
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
is that okay with you, Tyler? Well, it seems like we have a majority, but I mean, I don't want to bowl you over because you're sitting there and not here.
Book ban, yes. Book ban?
Let's check into federal bucks.
For
Check into what?
The
for
electric
federal
vehicle.
dollars for an electric book ban.
Electrical vehicle. We missed a couple of deadlines already, but there might be others.
Are we copacetic with $1 million for the Village Green? I mean, I don't know what that million means in terms of.
It's a start.
See my.
And then it will be collecting
know.
interest.
I'd rather spend that money on daycare.
I'm for the Village Green.
I'm supportive of the Village Green because I think that's one of those things that is transformative.
A park, it's down the street.
And it will also protect people from heat islands effect. I am in favor. We have lots of
With
big
the Village
buildings.
Green, do we have any plan beyond? And I apologize. I'm not saying this to come across as I don't even know what the word is right now. I'm so tired. But do we have a plan? Like, is there a plot of land that we've identified? Is there, or is it just to be prepared for the possibility that a plot of land in the city center might become available that we could jump on to transform into a public green?
So the action you've taken so far is to allocate funding for us to hire a landscape architect, urban planner to identify parcels that would be good for this purpose in city center. We hope to have that work done over the winter, and then I think this money would be the procurement money of whatever we were able to identify and negotiate from there.
So this is sort of saving it for that eventuality.
For that purpose?
Yeah, for that purpose. And, if they can't identify a spot, I guess you don't have to spend it.
I guess, well, what happens if we I guess, I forgive me because I don't understand the mechanics of the ARPA dollars, but if we allocate 1 million for that purpose and we get the report back over the winter time and it says, we estimate that it's going to be, at least 1.2 to actually acquire the said land, and then it's going to be another 800 grand to actually execute on something that would be of use to the community, or it becomes unfeasible. Are there any restrictions on what we can then do with that?
Oh, I'm just
With that $1
suggesting
million
that we
we
set
allocate
it
to that
aside, that we earmark it, but just like we did with the housing money, we did 3 different projects, but we promised that we were going to use $1 million on housing, and so we've only done 2 projects so far. We got the third one in the works, but the money is promised to that for that purpose. If it doesn't work out, we'll find another housing. And that's what I see this million is like. We're setting it aside, but we don't know exactly if it's enough, but it's a start. And even if it's not feasible, then we spend it on something else.
Right.
And the mechanics of the ARPA program allow for that.
So by December 2024, you have to allocate the dollars. So you have to say how you're going to spend the dollars, and then you have to spend them by December 2026. So I think if we got to the point, if you decided to put $1 million aside for a village green, we would ask you sometime next fall to take a very broad vote about how those dollars could be used for village green, i.e. land acquisition, construction, amenities. You know, the acquisition costs are only a piece of what that project would be. So we'd ask you to take a very large, very expansive vote on what that could be used for, so we could carry those funds through expending them by 2026, by the end of 2026. I am getting not articulate at this point.
Yep. That's what I meant to say. So is Barb? Not yet.
Okay, but there's still money left.
Yep.
Yes.
I haven't expressed my view on Farrell Park yet, which is give you the money for Farrell Park.
Well, we have the money.
There's 300,000 left in my calculation.
How much is left?
300. Well, based on my list. Based on my list.
So we got 280 for parks. Is that right? That includes a plan and doing some
It
stuff?
doesn't include the plan.
No,
It
it's just
includes
doing some stuff.
irrigation, basketball court, and then the baseball improvements, the dugouts, and the shortstop. Not shortstop, the catcher.
I don't. Pardon me? We have the peanut gallery. Who wants to talk?
I would just like to ask if you do.
Is the mic on?
I see a green light.
Push it.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Just like to, I mean, I know I came in with an exorbitant proposal based on staff recommendations when you were doing the ARPA, asking the committees for ARPA funds. But I think that, that while that may have seemed a bit outrageous, I think when we get through with what may not be a totally perfect survey, I can tell you that we're going to need to solve having a place for more dogs, and that will mean more dog parks and as well as possibly some other options. So as you said, Helen, 407 in less than a week. That's how many responses we got. We have 3 more weeks, okay? And if you keep in mind the population of dogs in this community, there's definitely an unmet need, seriously. And that's why there's conflict between the people who feel victimized and people who feel they're demonized because they have their dogs off leash. So to solve that problem, just like all these other problems, it's going to take some money. And I think it's going to be a modest amount compared to many of these things you're talking about. But I think that we do need to think about how we're going to address this. We have over 4,000 dogs in this city, you know, and half of our homes are in multi-unit buildings. So all the dogs that live in those multi-unit buildings have no yards. And we have one 1-acre park. And yes, we have some places where there's off-leash under control, but people are actually been wanting to make our parks on-leash requirements everywhere. And so anyway, I would just ask that you don't spend every penny, save some of it. Let's get through our imperfect survey, which is going to give us a lot of great information. I don't know if Jesse's gone and scanned through comments and everything, but I think you'd be surprised to know that that a lot people with dogs don't want off leash everywhere, but they want places to go off leash.
Right.
And dog parks aren't safe for every dog. So we are going to need to be thinking about all of this, and it's going to take money. And it'd be nice if we didn't have to come back here and look like a nuisance group of people looking for some money to help us solve a problem that, to me, compared to all of these other things, is not an expensive investment, and it will go a long way to basically demonstrating the community that, you know, half of our city is people who have dogs. Half of our citizens have dogs. So, yes. Anyway, that I won't go on, but please just think about putting aside some to solve some of the problems that go on around that are associated with it, instead of people feeling bad and being demonized and other people feeling victimized by the fact that we don't have a solution for off-leash dogs.
The reason why I hadn't yet come down, because I need to have some questions answered. So, for instance, has more work been done at Farrell Park or not? I mean, is that Farrell Park, those requests are still needed?
That's right. There's money set aside, but nothing, the planning has gone on, the design, and a lot of work has gone on there, but no shovel in the ground is
that is that due to lack of funds? That no shovel?
I would need staff.
See, yeah, I need some questions answered. But the other question I have is, like, for instance, the O'Brien Hillside development, they have a dog park, right? And we have some.
Well, in a few years, they'll have a dog park.
In a few years.
It'll be a half an acre. We've got one, and people don't want to bring their dogs there to the one we have because of the safety issues for the dogs. So we need dog parks, and we need to, I mean, I've asked and suggested through planning that we put in some things and possibly start looking at how we could integrate some things in LDRs, PUD, whatever, to kind of require things like that. But I don't want to go on with all of that, but I think dogs, even as simple as putting in dog bag stations, that's been on the city council's do it list for a couple of years.
But there is funding for that.
There's funding.
That doesn't.
There's
so
funding,
some
but
of these
it hits
things,
the bottom of the list.
There is already funding.
Right.
They just don't happen because they're not on the
work plan.
They don't
work
make it up the
plan
priority
high
list.
enough.
And some of them are so I mean, those dog bag stations.
Yeah.
The money is there. There's enough money to cover contracting out the work if it's something that staff don't feel like they have the capacity to do.
Right.
So
that's-
something small like that, I think we want to request
I
that.
think some of that, Betty, we can work through in a different format. If it's not
Okay, I'm sorry.
ARPA money, if there's money already in the budget to do some of these things, then it's a question of, do
Right.
we contract out and use some of that money to get it done? Or do we just keep waiting for DPW to get it up on the list while we continue to add some more stuff to the list? So,
Sorry, in the interest of moving us forward, because we do still have to talk about the FY25 budget, I guess I would challenge the council to think about, there are a universe of operations conversations we could have, and where our staff is always ready and able to have those conversations. These funds are really meant to be transformational for our community. So what are the things that you want to do over the next 4 years? And I'm not asking you to make decisions about that tonight. What are those things that the transformational things that you would like us to work on and bring you back recommendations for?
Okay.
But we should make some decisions because we've been talking about it an awful lot.
yes, and I think
Yeah,
we have.
yeah.
I just would question on the parks, I was looking at the budget and the revenue, and I didn't see any revenue that came in for use of the baseball diamonds. And I don't know if the reason nobody pays to use them is because they're in disrepair, but
They're full of.
they're what?
They are used a lot.
See, I just drive by a lot and I never see anyone on there except some weekends. Are they?
You go out Hinesville mostly.
Yeah. Well, no, I go down Dorset a lot too. Well, it's just, okay. So, but it seems as if maybe we don't have to be so specific with $280,000 for parks and know what it means. But can we say tonight that we want to set aside $1 million for the Village Green? We want to spend $200,000 on the bike and ped thing to match $800,000. We would like to spend $280,000 on parks.
I'm in favor of that. I think we have to give to our children.
Okay.
Somehow.
And then 50,000 for the plan for arts and 150,000 for the modern finance system.
And how about
Climate
the climate
action?
action plan
And then
implementation?
climate action, okay,
Consultant.
the consultant,
Hiring someone, as Jesse has been articulating, so we can
yes, so.
get things done that we
But it
talk
takes
about.
more than $100,000
Yeah,
to do
I know.
that.
So what? Yeah, I understand.
I just, why do we, don't we have a climate action plan, right? So do we have to hire somebody to tell us how to implement it? I'm just asking that
No, we
rhetorically.
have to hire somebody to implement it.
Because we don't have staff time. That's what you're
Right.
saying.
Because you have a huge budget to implement core government operations, police, fire, public works, whatnot. For those things in the climate action plan that we are doing, like converting our fleet to EV, we can do that within our job descriptions.
Right.
Well, we have zeros. There's nobody on staff for whose its job description is to go look for federal funding to bring in for people to use in their own homes to improve their building and thermal coverage, or to buy electric bikes, or to
Or a
all
van
of
for the
this stuff
library.
for the population,
Or plug
not
in
for
things, you know?
So, I mean, these funds will kind of leverage themselves, right? We hire a
They will
person for whatever it costs, and the hope is they bring in 10x in grants,
Right.
right?
10x and, okay.
Yeah,
So
there's a
that's
lot of money out there.
100,000.
No, okay.
There's a lot of money out there.
that. No, that's. I mean, it depends how you want to step it down. A staff at that level is probably benefits all in is probably about 125,000 for 1 year. So if it's that you want to pick it up for 1 year and then build it into the FY25, or build up for pick up for 6 months and build it into the FY25 budget, build it for 2 years and build it into the FY26 budget.
Let's do 2 years. Let's do
Okay.
2 years.
This is why I want to bring you a slate of
Right.
ideas
Yes.
that were
So
costed
can
out
you
and not
bring us
chosen
a
on the fly.
slate with what we have on this list?
Yes.
I want the electric ride-on lawnmower for DPW.
But there are all kinds of grants to get that. If
just
we
want the
could just
electric
have the
ride-on
employee put in that grant request.
It's only 35, stick it in there, and if we don't end up spending it, we'll spend it somewhere else. In fact, I'd like to have 2 of those lawnmowers.
I'm not sure the technology is there yet.
Hmm?
I think it's another year or two away.
What is?
The technology.
Oh, no, the guy,
For
the
the
demo
speed
that I
that
saw,
they
they
use.
have
For the
these
speed
removable
that they need?
batteries, you know,
I know, I
they're
know.
big, can't-
Well, we haven't, with these 6 things, 2, 4, we haven't spent all of the money.
That's right.
So we can keep near the
162,000.
top of the list, those electric mowers, if that's
How
what
much did you
wanna
put in
do.
for the climate action plan, Jesse?
125.
I put
125
125 times 2.5
times
years.
2.5 years. Yeah, oops, sorry. So is that 125 times 2.5? That's how you put it. Okay.
Oh, okay. So come back with the grid that shows us the specifics, but this seems to be, we copacetic here? You look a little worried, Tyler, or are you just
Are we
tired?
voting to agree on all of these things, or are we going to put them into a matrix?
We're gonna put them into a matrix, but this is what we're saying there seems to be consensus about. Or support. We can
I
always
agree.
change it, because it's not a hard and fast.
Okay.
We're whittling it
I
down.
agree with everything. I'd like more detail on the climate action
Okay.
plan
But I need,
implementation.
yeah, we need more detail on a number of things. Yeah. Lisa, do you have,
Please come to the mic. Please come to the mic.
we'll get more bites at this apple, so, but say your piece, please.
So I'm questioning why we want to maybe allocate $100,000 for a climate action consultant. I mean, you've already got
Staff person, it's not a consultant.
a staff person.
Uh-huh.
New hire.
But there's going to be a lot of private companies out there that businesses and developers can hire. I don't understand why I would be paying for that. And a landscape architect, how much are you looking at to develop a town square? I mean, isn't kind of Veterans Park that now?
Well, the council has, at least many on the council, not, or the majority on the council, not all, feel that one of the things that we heard very strongly when we were planning for the new city center was the concept of a green where you could have events that would draw people there and not closing off the street to have an event. And that it's different than the beautiful Goose Park or Duck Park. They're geese, right? Geese. The Goose Park, because that you wouldn't have an event there. I mean, you know, you wander around. It's gorgeous and it's a wonderful asset, but it also is a stormwater
Retention pond.
a retention pond too. So it has a use. So that's what this village concept of this village square is, or village green. And the consultant or I mean, they're not on staff. They would come back with a plan.
Yeah, how much
Like
are
you
they going to
have-
be charging?
But it's like you have Red Rocks Park right behind your house, whereas the people who live in this part of town, they don't have that amenity right outside their house.
Oh, no,
So
that,
it's giving them.
I understand that. It's the cost of some of these consultants gets a little ridiculous
But it's not. It could
with what they
also-
charge. I mean, can't we go out here
What
and
was it
pick out a
like?
nice
It
plot?
wasn't a lot though. What was it? 35,000? It was. I mean, it was not a tremendous.
I don't know. That's why I was curious.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Well, I don't know. The consultants that we just hired to do, I don't know, one of the things in, I can't remember which one it was, the engineering contract. I mean, they had a price list and, you know, some of the people are paid $380 an hour. I mean, that's a lot of money, but that's
a lot of money.
That's the going rate.
I wish I made that kind of money.
Well,
I don't either.
but anyway, that's.
But it seems like, you know, we've got a lot of smart people in this city. It seems like we could go out and pick a spot here in city center. I mean, how much is left that could be used for a park with all these apartment buildings that are going in right now, you know?
Yeah.
You know that land's not free.
Well,
just had to bring it up.
That's okay. I appreciate your perspective. So are we ready to move on?
Bringing you a slate.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate all the comments. I don't mean to sound snippy. I'm sorry if I did. So now we're on to item 11, the FY25 budget projections and setting our budget goals. Last item, guys, unless you want to talk a long time about the dog survey.
Can we spend a few minutes on that?
Yeah,
We
that's
can.
what we had said, right?
Few minutes.
Yeah, we can.
Few.
Martha, I think you better talk.
Yeah, I think before we talked about the budget presentation, there was a question about microphone. While we did recently replace this, the microphones expense cost that is in the warrant is not for this. It is for a fire department. And Steve would like to explain that.
This is your question about microphones on the warrant?
Way back. Let's rewind a few hours. They
I can't remember back that far.
Question on there was it is on.
Yeah.
There was a question about microphone expense. I think it was $2,500 to $2,600.
Yep.
And so it was for 5 speaker microphones. So on our face piece that we wear when we breathe out of our SCBA mask, there's a speaker mic that's on the side of it that projects your voice, then allows you to hear better, or so the other person can hear you speak when you have your face piece on. And we bought 5 of those they break occasionally, and then obviously we had some new people as well.
Do we get to wear those?
If you speak into the mic, you don't need them.
Okay, yep, just wanted to correct that. So moving on to FY25 projection, which seemed far away but really close. So in the memo provided, so as we prepare to put together the FY25 budget, last council meeting, you approved the budget schedule, and the leadership team is now starting to put the budget together that will be coming to you shortly. And as we are thinking about the numbers that will be going into the budget itself, three main things, not really the only one, but there could be few one out there. Just how do we keep up with the growth in the city and be able to invest in the core municipal services. The other thing that came to mind was how do we bridge the gap between maintaining the city's facilities and the tax rate itself. And the other thing is related to a lot of the conversation that just happened. How do we bridge the gap between, or how do we prioritize other priorities that you have approved as council and that may come up for the city? And in order to do that, we provided you with where we are currently in FY24 budget and where the tax rate has been in the past and what the past budgets have been and the increases in the past 5 years. So there are charts in there for FY24 budgets and also charts for FY19 through 24 for tax rate and budget itself. So meet that is how did we come up with some of the fixed costs that we are considering as we put the budget together? Some of the things that has to be paid or have to be budgeted in order to maintain and provide services as a city. And looking at those are including what are our revenue sources, and the main revenue source for this are the property taxes. So the options provided are normally we budget estimate 1% increase in the grand list and what it would mean to increase the current tax rate by 1% to 3% and 5%. Those numbers are provided in the memo. And for the expenses, the main things are the salaries and wages. Those are fixed cost, and the rates are fixed rate as well, as agreed to per the CBS. And the two of the current cities unions settled FY25 budgets when the last contracts were signed in 2022, and there was a bracket into what the increases would be for FY25, and they were also settled based on what the CPI rates would be. And the CPI rate for the month of August, 12th month came up, was published this month, and it is at 2.8. So two of the cities, CBS, City Hall Public Works, and Police Departments are currently projected at 2.8, which is what the CPI is. Fire departments negotiations are currently underway. We don't know what those rates would be settled at. That is the projection in the salaries, and also in the salaries. Last year, the City Council, you guys considered approving a 2-year plan, and that 2-year plan is also factored into our current projections. And that 2-year plan include standing up second ambulance, and the second ambulance was budgeted at to be starting half year this year. So we've included 100%, 50% that was not budgeted in FY24 is included in the current projections. And the approved deputyship that was just sworn in today is now fully embedded into the budget, and other staff that were considered last year. With the operating budget, we are just for the budget purposes, assuming that everything will be level funded, except for few items that are contract based. Some of those are insurance and we took what the insurance assumed, or just assumed what the insurance increases would be, and increased our current rates. And for the CIP capital projects, we are taking the amount that was approved last year because it was amended by the city council, and it was a 10-year plan. So second year of last year's CIP is what is currently in our projection. And in the CIP too, so in FY23, the council approved using ARPA Fund, and also approved last year with FY24 a step-down approach to avoid full be clipped into the general fund budget. So we are also proposing that 50% of what was approved in FY23 to be funded with ARPA funds. So that is also netted out and included in the projection.
Can I ask a question on that, just to understand the graph or whatever you call this thing? So in FY25, we're using $361,000 of ARPA funds, which is 50% of the offset. Why? Oh, if you add that with 180,000, you get the
so
541. So why is it when you just spend 25% of ARPA and FY26, the general fund impact is only 180,000?
Because it's already built into the budget.
Yeah, it's building tax capacity, building back up the tax
Oh,
capacity.
so you're using tax capacity to,
right.
Okay.
To offset the
Got
difference,
it.
yes.
Thank you. Sometimes I have to think out loud.
So that is where our expenses are in the projection and the revenues based on the general fund. And given that, toward the end, we also, so the current impact based on those, that is without the leadership team request right now, and also some of the expenses that might come up that will actually be put into the budget. We are projecting a 5.85% increase on the current tax rate to just implement or for the current projection that we currently have. And that's not just the actual, it might change as the budget is put together and be brought to you in December. And so we also highlight the current investment that were made last year by the City Council with the FY24 budget in there, and those involve investing in the fire and EMS services, fire ship, and the police ship as well, could attest to that. Those have proven positive impact within those departments. The amount of overtime that we saw last year and in the past is currently down, a lot down in the current payrolls. And that is because of the investment that has been made in the last 2 years. And the other investment that is not filled is the policy and data analyst, GIS. Is a position that is really important. I think we've all talked about data-driven decisions, and we are waiting. That position will be filled. Once filled, it would prove to be, it will help the leadership team, the citywide, be able to make decisions and bring you data that you've been asking for. So as we go in, the final questions that you might need to be thinking about includes some or any new initiative that you would like us to consider as we go talk to the leadership team when they're putting the budget together. And also, if you can also advise us on your current or tax rate goal for FY25. We've given you scenarios, and we would like to get your guidelines on what we should be working with as we put the budget together. And the last one is the climate action plan. I know we've talked about it a lot, and don't think we need more guideline or can just add to what we've talked about.
Thanks, Martha. So just to underline a few points that Martha made, these are really early projections. You know, we are only 2 months into the fiscal year. So some of these numbers are solid, as Martha said, the wage numbers. Some are not solid, and the leadership team hasn't submitted yet. There are also room where we will make some changes in projections. So for example, testing the water with you guys for a minute, traditionally we budget revenues very conservatively. So we budget, for example, 1% on the grand list for growth. That results in an increased revenue, increased tax capacity. We have been averaging 1.2% a year for the last 12 years. So we could up that projection. So there are places like that where we may be able to counterbalance other expenses. So I think, as Martha said, the key questions for you are your reaction to this, your tax rate goals. Are there new things you want us to consider as we're building this budget? Or flip side of that is always, are there things you want us to cut to fund other things? Or keep going.
Andrew?
So, Jesse, we've talked about this before. In every organization, inefficiencies develop. And I'm not saying our organization is inefficient. I have no idea. What I do know is I go through the list of items and expenses, and I personally have no clue whether or not those amounts are the right amounts, whether we're overpaying, underpaying, whether we're being efficient, not efficient. And the way big organizations typically address that lack of transparency is by saying to each sub-organization, you need to do more with less, right? Deliver the same service, but find 3%, 5% of things and challenge yourself to figure out where you can cut expenses 3 or 5% to deliver the same service. You know, dive in and figure out where your inefficiencies are, because every organization has them. I guarantee we have some. And so I would challenge you to do that, to figure out where our inefficiencies are and to see if we could, skinny down a bit the expense side of this ledger, but deliver the same services.
I think that's a good challenge. I know that they've been challenged to do that in the past, so I'll just give credit to our staff. But we obviously need to make that a challenge every budget year. And in addition to what Andrew said, clearly as we face as a city the challenges that are going to be coming with the coming years, expenses are going to go up all the way around. And so how can we, as a city, make sure that there isn't a disparity growing between those who can afford them and those, there are fewer and fewer on the other end hanging on until they can't hang on anymore and looking for ways to keep their house or keep their whatever. So in addition to looking for ways to decrease inefficiencies, how can we look at the utility rate? How can we look at various rate structures that ensure that those costs of living here are more equitably distributed? And so we did go through that exercise with utilities. We're still going to go through that exercise with utilities. Are there other things that we should be looking at so that people, like Barb explained, who live on a fixed income, as they get closer and closer and closer to the zero in their bank account, where they say the city's looking out for me because, okay, this is increasing, but this is decreasing. And so I'm going to be able to make it again for, however long. We have to be mindful of that. So that's where, and I am all for capitalism, but capitalism that takes into account that the society has benefited all of us, Some have been a little bit more privileged, or perhaps a lot more privileged than others. But in that regard, that doesn't mean that only those who've been privileged have helped the privileged. Those who are less privileged have also helped the privileged. So we have services in place that a lot of people contribute to. They don't earn necessarily a lot of money. And so we just have to all be in it together. And I really want to, there's a way to do capitalism that is just humane. And I really want to look for that sweet spot in capitalism.
So in past years, we set targets of the 2 to 3% increase, right? And that went on for a few years, right, before the pandemic. Interest rates were low, inflation was low, right, relatively. And then bang, pandemic happened. And so now we're looking at 5% type, in that range, 5 to 6%, which is what this is, right? Because of, I think, the effects of inflation on requests for COLAs and, and new contracts for, fire and public safety and other unions. So I would say that between this 25% of the budget of the total tax bill to the taxpayer, the other 70% and 75 is education, right? On top of what we were perceiving as some really severe utility rate increases, right? I want to target in the low 5 if possible, as much, and do what we can. And if there are things that that we're aiming for that are not going to be able to be, acquired or done, we're going to have to put them off. And those might be some more aspirational things as opposed to, concrete things that we need right now.
So, sorry.
Just a number of years ago when I was first on the council, the council asked the city to cut 3%, and that's the budget that we voted on. And the following year, because of the impact of those cuts, we had to go back up like 8% to just get to ground zero. So I think, I appreciate that there's always, inefficiencies that may or may not relate to dollars. Some of it may be that some people work more efficiently than others or take a longer amount of time or a shorter amount of time, and there's a cost associated with that. If it takes you twice as long to do what, your neighbor takes, then the city doesn't get done as much, or that department, So I think we have to be careful in setting goals, percentage goals that are really unrealistic. I don't think it's a bad process to ask every department to say, state government does it all the time. What would your budget look like? What would the services look like if you reduced your expenditures by X amount? And then you can look at it and say, oh, it's worth it or it's not. So I don't know what kind of work that would require for.
So
maybe not until you get your new finance system, then you could just push a button, right?
So I think Steve and I both want to respond to this. I also know we haven't heard from Tyler yet, so I just want to give him.
Tyler, do you want him to comment first? Before?
It's up to you, Helen.
Tyler, would you like to speak? Sure. Go.
I would. I'd like to echo your comments, Helen. Admittedly, I'm not. I don't have nearly the experience in public service that you do, but I have managed a P&L or two, and I have humbly managed some large budgets before, and with all due respect to Councillor Chalnick, that's when budgets are cut, it's not a question of, it's, I've never been privy to a budget cut that has said, find the same way to do the exact same amount with, that you're doing now with 4% less. There's always been trade-offs. And I think it's unrealistic to assume that, and I would not be comfortable giving the direction to just say, find a way to do the exact same, provide the exact same services that you provide now with just 4% less or an X% less. What I think would be better direction, and I'd be more comfortable doing, is something closer to what Helen has said, which is let's provide specific guidance of the areas where we would feel comfortable cutting, or and if we lack that guidance, let's get a better sense as to what that might look like. Because because we lack those insights, let's get a better sense as to what that would look like by asking departments to give us within the city to give us a sense as to how that might play out. My gut is that with soaring inflation costs and the price of everything increasing, that even a very modest haircut would yield would surprise us with what the responses would be. But I don't think anyone responds well, let alone public servants, to figure it out. And I wouldn't be comfortable giving that kind of guidance.
Okay, thank you. So Steve,
I would just offer, as someone who's had to do that exercise quite frequently in my former occupation, that our business is very much people-centered. Almost all of our departments, 90+% of each of our budgets are people-centric. We can't reduce those numbers without cutting people, and that's okay if that's what you want us to do. If you want an exercise to be reduce your operational expenses by X dollars, what does that look like? That's a little bit easier to do, because anything else is you just in order to get that, because so much of the budget is people and their expenses, you have to look at cutting people. So I would just encourage you, if you want us to do that exercise, to look at it just on the non-personnel expense side. But I'll defer to the manager.
I agree with everything Steve just said. I would just take it one step farther to say, I don't think we can do the exercise if you would like, but I'm not sure it's an effective exercise, because we are so people-centered, to do that department by department. Because what does it mean to reduce, 40 police officers to 39 police officers? That's what you're going to get, and you're going to whittle away services and road services. I think if you really want to cut the budget 5%, tell us what to eliminate. Let's eliminate a book of business, and that will get us there much more quickly than by
peeling it away. I know.
What are the things? Hangnails?
Hangnail. Ripping out the hangnail.
So I think if that's what you want us to explore, we can come back to you and say, to reduce the budget 5%, here's the service area we would cut. To me, that's a much more effective way to lower a budget if we really want to lower a budget. Oh, and sorry, one other thing unrelated to the staffing costs, because I've heard several people say this about utility rates. I think we really missed an opportunity, and Tom and I have talked about it, and we will reframe this when we come back to you with utility rates. When we presented that to you all, to talk about that, you were hearing that not necessarily just as the city council, but also the water and sewer board of the city, i.e. how we make up the revenue we need to run a system. Mm-hmm. The revenue the operations cost, as we do the utility rates study, the operations costs of the utilities isn't changing. How those costs are spread around the users is changing, potentially. So while it's true that some users may pay more, other users will pay less. It's kind of like a reappraisal, right? Like utility rates aren't increasing. We're not collecting additional revenue. Mm-hmm. We're collecting the same amount of revenue. We're just figuring out how to equitably divide it.
Got it.
So I know there was the headline in the other paper about utility rates going up, and it might have that impact for some, but it will have the opposite impact for others as we more equitably divide up the costs. Just wanted to say that.
I don't understand. I don't follow because they have a huge amount of money to raise for the bond
Bartlett
issues.
Bay.
The bond issue is a different thing.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. So, and I didn't say cut by 5%. I was just saying I wanted to target
Yeah.
A 5% increase, no
at the
more
5%
than that,
increase,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because worst case between our budget, right, and the perceived utility budgets, and then whatever the school comes out with, the voters can just say no, and that's their prerogative. If they say no, then we go back to the, to the drawing board, and then you start cutting because you have to put a number in front of them that is that they will like, they'll vote for. So.
Or maybe you reallocate the ARPA money.
So it's like, it's our responsibility to put the best budget out there that we think that they'll pass, right?
Yeah.
That meets all the requirements for staffing and capital and.
But also here, any new initiatives or programs. So clearly, we talked about the climate action plan implementation. I mean, that's right, new initiative.
But can I get back to your
Yeah.
point a second? Because you were specifically talking about the financial warrants page and all the little items, and if you sort it from lowest to highest, right, you see a lot of books in there from the Ingram Book Services, and you see, chemicals for the wastewater treatment plant, and, you see the police department's, Comcast bill and Green Mountain Power's charges for the
Street lamps.
street lights, and so I mean I look at those really closely, and I'm looking for ones that surprise me, and you hear me ask about them, right? But the little when I look at them, and I'm looking for outliers that don't make any sense, because I think a lot of eyes on, but those expenditures that you see there don't include all the salaries. That's the other big number, and that those numbers, except for the really big numbers that are the highest ones that represent blocks of money to, was it the blue, the medical,
health
and
care.
pension fund or whatever. Those, so to me, those numbers, they're not that they're trivial, but they're not really that item that you would worry about too much.
Well, just to make my point again, with all due respect, Tyler, when I was in business, I was asked regularly to do the same with less. Cut your budget 5%. Oh. My manager does not know what my budget numbers are. Like, I can't tell what these numbers are. I know what the numbers are, and I know how to do it. And it may well be that, all these numbers are great and there's nothing to cut, but I guess I would empower the staff to look at their numbers and determine whether maybe these are maybe at the end of the day all these add up to not much because salaries is the biggest thing. But to me, it's a good exercise to look at these numbers to figure out, are we doing it efficiently? Are there things that don't make sense? Are there things we should do differently? Are there things we don't need to buy anymore? Can we buy them? Can we source them differently? Right? Challenge people to look at their numbers to see if we can do things more efficiently.
There's nothing wrong with that, and I agree. And I also hear Tyler because I work in a world where we do the same job with many fewer people. So I totally understand where Tyler's coming from on that, and where Steve and Jesse are coming from. At some point, something's going to give, and if it's morale, then the whole ship goes down. So you have to really, really watch it.
And I do think it's a good point, Andrew, and I do think it's it gives us some ammunition to go back to the department heads and have those conversations. So I think it's a good guidance, and also good guidance to say we want to not erode services. We want to keep providing quality services, and we want a budget that will pass. And we want to think about investing in.
Well, we're not.
Edges, but we may have other
think aiming for staff reduction. I mean, we're adding staff.
Right.
We have scrimped and saved to get more police and more fire. I don't think we want to go backward with that.
Right.
So it is those other pieces. So does that give you, I mean, is everyone copacetic with the 5%? I
mean, I'd love to target slightly less, honestly, 3 or 4, but let's see how it comes out.
I don't think we'll ever get to 3. I think that's,
I mean,
I think we'll
'cause
never
we
get
did
to 3
5
again.
last year, 5 like 10% over 2 years. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Right. Well, when we figure out a
I
way
just,
for everybody
can
to
we
pay
just,
their fair share in taxes, maybe municipalities will see
Paula?
3% again. I don't know.
well, I guess I just, philosophically, I have a really hard time with asking, hey, look, it'll play out in the voting booth, but I philosophically have a really hard time asking, I mean, if it's an exploratory exercise, okay, that's fine. But giving guidance that we should be cutting our budget 5%, and
Oh, we're not talking
then
about
saying we're
cutting
going,
it. We're talking about limiting the increase to 5%. That's
okay.
the guidance we're giving. And Andrew is saying, could you get it closer to only a 4% increase?
Okay. All right.
Okay,
So
it's
we're
not
talking
a
about that,
cut.
but still we're talking about doing that in the face of the
Yeah.
the greatest increase in inflation that we've seen in the last 40 years.
Correct.
So it still winds up being a budget haircut when you net it out. I guess I struggle with, we're doing that, but then we're also going to be burdening taxpayers. We're committing to burdening taxpayers with funding the climate action plan. And it's not that I don't support the climate action plan, but I don't support it at the expense of city services that we've promised our citizens. And I just want to be very real about that. And I want to be really, really very clear about that. And I think we should be prepared to answer for that as well. That if that is the guidance that we're giving, that's the message that we're sending. And I don't know that that's, I don't entirely feel comfortable with that. And I don't know that the constituents that I've spoken with, I don't know that they will either.
Well, I think that's always the ultimate question when you put together a budget. And if the council believes that investing in the climate action plan because of the really important dividends down the line, like an earth that's, still is livable, that's a question, and this budget increase of whatever it is, 5%, incorporates those expenditures, then we are asking the public, is that a value you share? Do you want to, is it worth it to you? And they can very well say no.
Right.
And then we'll have to rethink that. But at this point in time, I'm feeling that spending some money on dealing with climate change and changing the metrics so life is our city and the state and the country and the world is a easier place to live in, or more is important enough to include in your budget the money we think that's needed, and then let the public decide. And I think the public has, in the last, I think even just the last year, has, it seems, unless maybe you live in Texas, have embraced climate change as a reality, and that we can't just ignore it. So
no one's
this is
suggesting we
a
ignore
pretty
it,
small
but I also
step.
want to be very practical. I want to be very practical and realistic about what we can realistically change. And number one, as a city, in the grand scheme of things, and number two, particularly when we're talking about doing those potentially at the expense of city services, and number three, also when we're looking at very large bills that are going to be coming due over the course of the next 7 to 10 years. Bills involving schooling, bills involving safety, security, and policing, and bills regarding infrastructure. So I just want to make sure that we as a council are, are communicating to the public, and that and not just communicating because it's not optics, but that we are taking all those things into account as we're giving this guidance. Because I don't want us to come across, and it's not for optics' sake, but it's because I want our community to believe in us. I don't want us to come across as tone deaf. And for all the good that is happening in our community, there are some people who are apprehensive, to Megan's point earlier, that are struggling to make ends meet. And I've very recently been one of them. And as passionate as I am about the environment, not to the same degree that Andrew is, admittedly, I worry first about whether or not we have enough police in the streets. I worry first about whether or not I'm going to be able to afford my tax bill. And I worry first about whether or not my kids are going to have the same educational experience or better that I had growing up in this community. And those are the things that come across my plate first. And when there's very little money to go around, I just want to make sure that we're not coming across as tone deaf, and for all of our sakes.
Okay. Well, let's see how the numbers come out. Something to keep in mind, Tyler, I know as someone who's eaten potatoes for months and seen my bank account go nearly to zero when I was paying the first year of college for my older son with my husband. You have to plan for those long-term expenses, right? That are going to come in the future. And we know it's been said by economists throughout the world that we have to start incrementally increasing in terms of our investment in climate mitigation now. Because if we don't, the price tag later on is going to be colossal. So those will be your kids paying that price tag, right? So we have to think about, yes, we want to take care of our kids today, but we also want to take care of our kids 20 years from now, 30 years from now, and as soon as 2035, to be quite honest. So I really, I think that while we invest in that future for our kids, looking for how we can bring costs in line with people's ability to pay through other levers, looking at utility rates, looking at other fees, and keeping, I agree with you, keeping that sense of security. I've heard that from people in our community as well, that we are so grateful the police is there, but our sense of security is rattled right now, right? And so I don't see anybody on this board saying we need to reduce the number of police officers whatsoever. But I think we also should be very happy that the Braeburn Apartments, for instance, and that our city police chief and city manager have been really keen on when we have people who are in need of social services, that we put them in a housing situation where they have access to those social services. And that's what the Braeburn Apartments does, right? So we have to think in that way, that those investments truly lead to success. And I feel confident that people know that. And climate mitigation is just one of those things where
I think
careful planning will lead to, down the road, believe me, it will lead to a much smoother landing. And we're going to land. It's not avoidable now, but a smoother landing. Right.
Just 30 seconds. The way I think about it, it's the environmental debt that we're incurring.
Yeah.
And it's hard to see it, right? Because it's not as tangible as other debts, but it's there and growing. Yep. And we need to start paying down that debt, or it's going to grow to a point where our kids can't afford it.
That's right.
That's the way I think about it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, so we've given you the guidance you need.
This was super helpful conversation. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, other business. Very short business. Some questions about the dog survey.
You were dressed them, I thought, pretty well, Ellen.
Well, I tried to.
So
Dogs can't respond to surveys. How did you get a dog survey?
here's a question about substance and process. Let me do substance first. When the survey was sent out, it said that South Burlington's ordinances that prohibit dogs off leash are impossible to enforce. I don't read our ordinance as prohibiting dogs being off leash. Our ordinance says that the dog has to be in control either by leash, cord, chain, or otherwise. So am I wrong about that? Because in Hubbard Park, right, it says your dog either has to be in voice control or on leash. So I guess I have a question about the substance of this survey, like the foundation for it, whether it's a correct predicate or not.
That
dogs have to be on leash in our city. I don't read the ordinance as saying that.
It does. It is in our parks.
No, it says either by leash, cord, chain, or otherwise within control. That's what it says.
Well, that's attached to their owners.
No, that's not what it says.
Holly has said before that each park, right, had its own rules. It was either by leash or by leash or...
Right, and so Hubbard says by voice, explicitly. Red Rock says by leash. And so I assumed that this means both, or the Hubbard wouldn't be able to say that, and someone's making a decision park by park, you know, whether it's a more stringent rule or a less stringent rule. But if I'm right about all that, the survey is kind of misplaced because it starts
really trying
with a bad predicate.
Well, I think it was just trying to elicit some data, because when the dog committee, and we talked about dog parks, there was a lot of vocal comments and written comments about dogs need to be leashed because I'm afraid. I don't want to have my dog attacked. I don't want my kid attacked. If they're under voice control, that's one thing, but then all of a sudden they aren't, and they're an animal. So there is an expectation that everyone's going to control their dog, and that's what you expect. So I think the dog committee was trying to understand if that's sort of the world's expectation, but you don't go along with it because you think your dog can run free and be under your voice control and no problem. We wanted to try to understand that. And so how do you protect everyone, but also provide maybe the most generous way to have people utilize the parks with their dogs the way they want? And maybe we can't. And then the flip side was, well, people were saying, why do we have this ordinance that says this is the requirement, and then when it's not followed, it's not enforced? Well, we have a lot of ordinances like that, right? So I think that the dog committee is really trying to find, so can we find some way to make it safe for everyone? And maybe that might mean one dog park on Tuesdays or something allows dogs to run free. And if you're afraid of dogs, you don't go there because you know that you might run into a dog off leash or whatever, the requirements are or how they work it out. Or maybe, they'll say what we need is a dog park that allows dogs to run free. It's an area. I don't know, but they're just looking for information.
Yeah. So I get all that. Again, I personally don't know the state of law. I think the way this was presented is wrong, and so it gives people a wrong impression about what our law is. I'd like to understand that honestly myself, what our law is, because it seems to be different park by park. And then just about process, I do think that because this went out citywide, there's signs all over the city, it's probably something we should have talked about as a council before it went out.
Well, did we talk about the charter committee?
We did, yeah.
We did talk about the questions.
We looked at
We didn't look at the thing, but you knew that it was coming out. I reported to you all.
Well, then that's my fault because I knew this was coming out and I didn't report back. But I personally, I'm not interested in looking at every single survey that someone puts out to generate information because they're never going to be perfect because we're not survey creators. And even when we had professionals do it, you come back with oh darn, why didn't we ask this question? Because it would have been really helpful. And then all of a sudden you have a 35-minute
I would have
survey.
asked this basic question about what our law is, because that kind of then feeds into what questions we should be asking. So anyways.
And so they learn that. I mean, I think to some degree, you know, we rely on our volunteers, and they are there to gather information, and we are here to vet it. And so we're vetting it right now. This is initial vetting. And, you know, let them gather the information. I tend to agree with Helen that we cannot micromanage our committees, and they wouldn't want to be micromanaged. But I think, you know, there could have been something at the top of the survey. This survey is intended for dog owners who walk their dogs off leash. Something, because for me, I was like, this is for the whole city, and there's no choice for me there. There's just absolutely no choice. And so if they had kind of said, you know, it's not just self-selection, it's actually we are pinpointing those dog owners.
But,
Right.
you know, people didn't answer it that way, though. They didn't restrict themselves.
Well,
but yes. I mean, you can always make it better, for sure.
I think that's where the sense of anger came from some of the, you know, in some of the feedback we received.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not here to browbeat anybody. This is not a perfect system. This is called communication, and nothing is perfect about communication. So if we want to spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on communications, you know, consultants, we'll still get SOBU becoming SB 9 years later.
If I could just add a few sentences. One, I think we all need to be a little gentle with ourselves. I didn't know this was coming out either, but also we don't have a Parks and Rec director right now. So I think there are just some, we're trying not to, I am trying not to stop progress and let things go, even though we are down a key staff in this area. And we do really rely on our committees to do a lot. You know, I'm thinking, like, you guys haven't heard anything about the energy fair that's happening, and we're putting a ton of staff time and resources.
September 30th.
So, like, what if we don't?
Tell us,
if there's a
Andrea.
structural problem with how the committees are working, like how the information flow between committees is working between the council and staff and the committees, let's have that structural conversation.
Sure.
I don't think we should be too hard on ourselves about council liaison, staff liaison, or committee volunteers right now.
Yeah.
The data will. You get to decide what you want to do with the data.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know, Andrew. I am happy to have Holly call you and talk to you about what the law is.
Right. Okay. So, is there any other business? Tyler, did you want to weigh in, or are you ready for bed? Okay. So, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. We did get a lot done tonight, I think.
Yeah, that ARPA conversation was actually pretty good.